Guys, big W's in the chat, everybody. I was told that I wouldn't be able to live stream for 1 week, but here it is. We're live, so see what happens. It's a morning time here in Malaysia, in Penang, and I'm your Dhamma teacher, Dhamma facilitator, Rob, Mr. Rob, or Mr. Nobody, or Mr. Present Moment. I didn't expect that this live stream will be working, so really happy to have this chance to come together as a community and be concerned with the Dhamma, be concerned with the truth, be concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I'm at a coffee shop here, not too far away from the Buddhist temple, my teacher's temple, Tabarwa Center in Penang. So we'll be concerned. We'll have the chance and the time and the space to be concerned together with the Dhamma. And it's definitely my wish that we could all be together in a meditation retreat, something like that, physically together. But we can be together in this way also. And it's just, how much heart, how much body, how much mind, how much wholeness you put into this experience. And that's how much you're fully here and can fully make use of it, And just to be together and to share, to experience this mind, this profound life as it is. So okay, hear me? Hi, John. Hi, Miss M, Michael, Clay, Asaf, Kai. So this is a kind of a Buddhist event, and we're not going to be talking about whether we've had or haven't had gay experiences here, but you're welcome to share whatever experience that you've had concerned with, suffering and dealing with suffering. That's really what this is all about, isn't it? Suffering and dealing with suffering, and then no suffering. And I know which one my favorite is. My favorite is no suffering for sure. Hey, Free Samples and Mystic. Hi, everybody. Oi, Sri Lankan, very good. Bo-rai cho. Sure it is, journey. All the way. Nima, it's all an illusion. There's a thought of everything being an illusion. That is illusory. Then there's the reality of everything being an illusion, and that's not thought-based, right? And we can play, we can be rough and tough or a little bit playful, but we also want to listen deeply, and kind of, because we have a chance to connect. It's not every day you get to talk with a Buddhist monk, right? Or someone who was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Perception is reality. We can say that, but actually the perception is kind of like temporary. The perception is impermanent. Is this real? Is this fantasy? I would say this is life. And then looking deeply at life, we maybe see some of the qualities, some of the aspects of life, right? Not just looking at it on the surface level, but actually looking deeply at life. So that's also what this is about. So this is about can be about a lot of different things, and also can be about nothing at the same time. For some reason, a lot of people have lost the word end. So it can be good and bad. It can be neither good nor bad. In our past lives, surely we were all monks in one way or another. It is and it isn't, right? And we can feel all that energy, all of that kind of things flowing in, thoughts flowing in or comments flowing in. And it's a new experience, energetic experience, right? So not trying to get anything out of that experience, not even trying to give something in particular to that experience, but just the opening and the unfolding, the allowing of experiencing to take place. So allowing that deepening to take place in this moment. You know what I mean? It means W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Because if we have that seeking and chasing mind, then maybe we ask a question, but our mind is so caught up in seeking and chasing that we can't actually receive the answer. You know what I mean? And the deeper the question, the more we just have to be open and receptive instead of fixated, I need to get that particular answer. Sure, William, just send me a message on WhatsApp and we can have a call about that and check in with your situation. Yeah, the answer is within the question, kind of like the answer is in your intention. So looking back at our own mind and seeing what our intention is at this moment, right? Why do people willingly lie? People make mistakes because people are human and people are suffering. So if you're not suffering, then you probably won't try to lie or try to trick people. But if you're suffering a lot, you might do a lot of things that cause suffering to others. That's actually a very big piece of wisdom that I want to share. Very, very big piece of wisdom that I want to share here. Not my wisdom, it's just like human wisdom, right? Those people, like when I grew up, I had a stepmother, and she had stage 3 bipolar with psychosis, very sick woman. And so sometimes she would yell and scream and argue and all kinds of wild things, really really psychological, really wild and intense. And I used to really blame her for a lot, a kind of hatred or animosity or negativity towards her. But I realize now the reason that people cause suffering outwardly is because they're suffering inwardly. So it's my willingness to understand that, to be open to that, and I see that, oh, that makes sense. It's not something for me to be confused about. It just makes sense, right? That suffering people act out in a way that causes suffering to others. If we're not suffering, then we will be easy to not cause suffering to others, like to listen deeply or share deeply or explore deeply. I think that's one of the biggest ways of living that we miss out on nowadays, is our way of exploring the unknown, exploring new relationships, new experiences, new people, new perspectives. And that's what I'm all about. I'm open to any perspective, but I'm going to look at that deeply. I'm not really interested in being convinced about anything, but I'm willing to listen to anyone who's willing to share. But if their sharing is built up in like making me believe something, that's a no-go zone for me. Because I'm not necessarily interested in believing a bunch of new things, just to be open. Just to be open and curious without being aggressive. Hi there in Massachusetts. Mouse. MG Blast. Welcome Conir and Mike. This is something I picked up in Vietnam. Well, let's talk on WhatsApp, William. If you need some help, you need some support. The WhatsApp number for me is +1 443 987 6521. Again, that's +1 443 987 6521, and we can talk about your situation. We've already talked about that. We've talked about that quite a few times here, Stian Dal. The business plan, the Monk Life Meditation business plan, is a hostel / coffee shop / community center, you know, somewhere in the world. Well, nachos are probably a lot less important than we think that they are. There's a lot of things that we think are very important, but actually cause us much more stress than they help us to actually relax and reduce stress. I talked about this in my toilet Dharma, my toilet teaching, right? Some of the most important activities in your life is using the toilet. You know what I mean? So maybe you don't need to give so much importance to your ego and your thoughts of success, and you can be more willing to see how simple life is. I have to be a little bit careful because I try to engage, share, but I don't want to get caught up in the mindset of like I'm here to teach people. That's not the kind of mindset that I'm trying to hold. I love you, Jebediah. Okay, W's in the chat for lots of love. These sunglasses are the sunglasses that I use. And love in California for sure. Ooh, some nastiness. Nastiness is okay as long as you can let it go and move on. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So this is a big part of it, right? Balancing the relative and the absolute. Balancing these two dimensions. Teacher and student. Sharer and receiver. Right? Speaker and listener. The ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, the ultimate emptiness, and the simplicity of life, breathing, and using the toilet, etc. I'm not against jumping on a table if it's okay, if that's normal or if that's not going to upset people. But in this environment right now, I think it's not appropriate. Namo Amitabhul, Namo Amitabhul, Namo Amitabhul, Kanzayam Bosal, Kanzayam Bosal, Kanzayam Bosal, Kanzayam Bosal. I was a Buddhist monk in the ghetto and also in other countries, even like South Korea or Japan. Where's Wario for that matter? Yeah, Mystic. We're gonna. I've been thinking about that. We're gonna work on that. The aspect of this that's really important to me, and I'm glad to have a chance to share this. We're not pretending to be anything. You can be as big and strong, as brave as you want to be right now, but don't pretend like you're the person in charge. You have some question, you have something to share, but not just making judgments about other people. That's ridiculous. Because that's just your opinion, Mr. Bozo. I love Korean, but I don't read Korean. And yes, I study Sion. Okay, thank you. When will we change? Good luck. Take a time out. So the live aspect of this, and like the pausing and the opening and the directness and the intimacy, like this is a time when we can be together. This is a time when we can retreat together. This is a time when I can share my mind with you and you can receive that as it is. So there's no planning, there's no explaining, there's no justifying, there's no schedule in this. This is just unfolding. This is just happening. This is just what it is at this moment. And, it's kind of like this live stream is a continuous pause. And a lot of people can't meditate as well. So, I'm considerate of that as well. So we can be in like the active meditation. Active and live mindfulness with detachment. What did I study? What would I say? What would I say that I studied? So I have trained with masters, like the real masters, in Son, in Tien, in Chan, and in Zen. Some masters in Zen. So everything that is Zen related in terms of the Buddhist traditions, I have trained with lineage holders in those traditions. So yeah, all the same. But also not in many ways. All the same in many ways, and also not all the same in many ways. And yeah, active life or active live mindfulness with detachment. So it's like you don't have to go anywhere because you've already arrived. So this is like recognizing that you've already arrived and allowing that to be paramount, allowing that to be the blockbuster, allowing that to be the waterfall experience. That's why we have the practice song, right? I have arrived, I am home in the here and in the now, in the ultimate I dwell. Should you practice meditation? Well, I wouldn't say should. I would say you practically, relatively, in terms of you being a person, right? In terms of you being a person, you're going to have to do things. And it's better that you do things that are good rather than doing things that are bad. Come on, Nima, I'm waiting for it. I got the heat right here. So in that way, studying the Dhamma, listening to Dhamma talks, going for a walk, meditation walk, that's really good for you to do as a person. But in terms of you just experiencing or just being aware or just seeing or just hearing, just breathing, just let that be that way. So as much as you can be free from any plan, as much as you can be free from any story about yourself right now, just allow that to be completely free. Just allow that to be completely resolved. In a certain way, it's kind of like we're all children in different ways and different certain ways. And so the Dhamma teachings, or me being a teacher, or me sharing about various approaches to life, it's not more special or more like, not more important than like helping a child use the toilet in the toilet rather than on the ground. And actually, it's not a problem. It's not ultimately a problem if the child uses the toilet on the ground. Your attachment is the problem, right? Your suffering that comes up from that is the problem. So it's a real, it's something that we kind of have to take responsibility for. We have to take our responsibility for being willing to help and share guidance or give a teaching, and we have to take responsibility for being willing to receive a teaching and receive guidance as no one. So it's really important, like how we can hold and also detach from the relative and the absolute. So if we're talking in the realm of concepts and beliefs and situations and experiences, we're working with the relative and the absolute, the higher and the lower, right? And so to do that, concerned with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with nothing at all. So my role is kind of to be like Mr. Nothing at all. And oh, wait a minute. To emphasize space. All right, Ricky Mack says, is it okay to shit in your pants? It is okay. But there are side effects, there are consequences. So there are consequences to shitting in your pants. But it's not inherently negative or inherently positive to shit in your pants. And if you have attachment to shitting in your pants or attachment to not shitting in your pants, that is a problem. That means meaning that there will be suffering there. So whatever you do, try to do it without attachment. That's the idea. Whatever you do, try to do it without attachment. And if you're not doing anything, do nothing without attachment. Don't attach to doing nothing and don't attach to doing something in particular. And through that, life is an open door. There's openings everywhere for being mindful and for not being attached. You can try an experiment, but this is also pointing to like the reality of birth and death. Regardless of who you are, you're a troll, you're a cool guy, you're a bad boy, all that kind of stuff, you're gonna die. Life is going to kick you in your ass. Life is going to kick you in your head 100% no matter what. And so having that point conveyed to you and being willing to receive that point puts you in this position of authenticity. And you will have to learn how to be authentic in life. You will have to learn how to be sincere. There's no getting around it because you are going to get sick, you're going to get old, you're going to die. There is no way to avoid that. And we always try to make justifications. Well, what if I think about this? What if I think about that? You don't get to think about if you get sick or if you die or if you get old. Your thoughts about life are irrelevant. And this is also where authenticity comes in, and also congruency of thinking, right? Consistency of thinking. That your thoughts about life are irrelevant. So this is also about the irrelevance of thoughts in your life. Your life here is in your direct experience. And so we don't make up or assume up more like platitudes, more like ideas to stand on. We try to make a platform out of ideas, right? Thoughtlessness. Fall all the way through. Allow your mind to fall as much as possible through and into thoughtlessness, 100%. There's no platform, there's no platitude to stand on. The journey, the friends we made along the way, the journey was the destination. There's nothing to stand on. Yeah, it came back. It was a surprise. In Buddhism, these are called the three holy messengers: sickness, old age, and death. Might be to you, might be to a loved one, but it's concerned with the truth of impermanence, the truth of you're going to die whether you like it or not. And that death is no laughing matter. You might have a big ego, you might think of yourself very highly, but do you actually think you're going to laugh at death? Do you actually think you're going to laugh at intense suffering and sickness and difficulty? No, of course not. We're pretty normal. We like to feel good, we don't like to feel bad. We like to feel pleasure, we don't like to feel pain, etc. So it's really coming to this place of authenticity, coming to this place of sincerity, and then breaking that place as well. Not to get attached to this idea of like, I'm sincere, I'm sincere. That's also just a joke. That's also just empty. But we're taking steps to liberation, steps to freedom, steps to not having not having a story about life and being able to be with life itself. Get busy. Get busy listening. Get busy giving. Get busy doing good deeds. If you want to change your life, you have to sacrifice a lot. You have to give up a lot. You have to abandon a lot. You have to learn the art of abandoning. You have to learn the art of renunciation. You have to learn the art of sacrificing yourself, self-sacrifice. I am depressed. I am anxious. I am so-and-so. I think about these things and those things, right? You get up and you walk. You walk beyond, you walk out of your idea of yourself. You can really do that. You can really walk out of your ego. Let's not get completely out of control here. Let's try to be sincere, try to be real, try to be generous. Because this is the good chance, this is the good opportunity to share deeply and to listen deeply. So we don't want to waste that. We want to make the very best use of that. I don't mind if people share funny things, but share deeply, share experientially. Don't just be the AI version of yourself. Be the real you. Be the real you. W's in the chat, everybody. So there's a way of looking at things where we don't identify with the left or the right. We don't identify with the good or the bad. We don't identify with the right or the wrong. We arrive in this moment, in this direct experience that's not based on thinking about things. There is a direct experience here and now that's not based on thinking about things. Good and bad, right and wrong, left and right, up and down are based on thinking about things. There's a story about your life, and then there is your life. You can't call it anything. You can't put a label onto it because there's not really anything there. Joshua, get it together. You were raised better than that. There is a way of looking at life, a way of looking at your experience that isn't about anything, that isn't about anyone. So this is the way of not being about anything. This is the way of not being about anyone. This is the way of not being about thoughts. First we say something very naughty and inappropriate, then we accuse, then we are aggressive. So being aggressive and also like just saying inappropriate things for the sake of saying them, to be inappropriate, this is not a good operating principle for when we come across things or experiences or people that are new to us. So nip that in the butt. Bite that in the butt. Get that out of there. That's not good for you. That's not going to help with anything in life. Not in the way you're doing it, at least. But it's good to reach out. It's good to engage. It's good to give. You know, Joshua and Yo Dude, that's the truth about what you're doing is at least you're reaching out. At least you're saying something, right? You're curious enough, you're open enough to share something. But this is not really like from you. This is just like cultural programming, right? It's like, it's not your identity. It's just the identity of being like a troll or trying to get a reaction out of people. No, soul rebel, that's also not okay. So we zoom in and then step back. The moment that you notice you're zoomed in, step back. Yeah, I am your dad, Joshua. Welcome home, so relax. You're welcome here, okay? Okay, time out. I'm glad that you're here, Yo Dude. Enough, soul rebel. Unnecessary. Already taken care of. This is not a Facebook marketplace selling clothing. Okay. Another reminder to see how important it is that we take this stuff seriously, because the culture, the society is completely out of control. Our ego, our greed, our anger, our delusion is completely out of control. So you really have to connect with your own heart. You really have to know how to stop and cut the bullshit and look deeply. Stop pretending. Stop pretending that you know what you're talking about. Be real, be sincere. Be honest about your experience that you don't know what's happening right now. Be honest about your experience that you don't know who I am. Be honest about your experience that you don't know what this is. You don't know what this is about. Be honest with yourself that you don't know what this is about. Stop pretending. People really like to get me worked up. They want to trigger, right? They want to get a reaction. They feel that they only have connection with other people through their anger, through their greed, through their delusion. Can I get an amen? And so when we come across someone, there's like this inherent bias. We have like a habit energy inside of ourselves to make up more delusion, to make up more complicated thinking, to make up more greediness, to make up more frustration, because we have the habit energy of that in ourselves. So if we come across someone else, the only thing we know how to do is to vibrate in the way that we're used to vibrating. And most people are used to vibrating in anger, in greed, in delusion, in negativity, etc. So that's why I'm here to stop the vibrations, or to vibrate in a very high way, a very fast way, so they cannot defeat me. The trolls cannot defeat me. I'm a more powerful troll than they are. Their power levels aren't even remotely close to me. They only get off on their trolling because they're pretenders, because they're hiders, because they're fakers. But I'm not going to fake about it. I don't need to be fake about my trolling. I don't need to be a pretend real troll. This is whole body and mind. Whole heart, whole body, whole mind coming right at you. I'm not afraid. I'm not hiding behind a comment. I'm ready and willing to share. I'm ready and willing to listen and to give. If you want to call me, okay, you can call me and we can talk about, the situation that you're in. Do you have that trolling ability? Are you ready for people here to call you and for them to talk about their situation? Or are you just making a little comment? You're not ready to go the full way. I won't stop until all the trolls on YouTube are defeated. I will not stop until all the trolls within myself are defeated. I will enter into the pantheon of slapping Ashley in the face and telling her to get out of here before it's too late. That's my meditation retreat advice. This isn't about you. This isn't about you being in control, and this isn't about you getting what you want. I have nothing to do with you getting what you want, or with this being a way that you think that it should be or that you'd like to be. Take that idea and throw that in the trash and leave and get out and don't come back. You're welcome to come back, but it's not necessary. The mushroom hat is gone, is left in Vietnam. Pedro, yeah, that's Pedro. That is my main affinity. My main affinity is with the Zen Buddhism, what's called Zen Buddhism. What made me change into monk life? A deep awareness of suffering. It's okay, Ashley, you're welcome. You can restart and refresh the ego, and you can be here now. People who cannot refresh and restart their ego are not going to be able to stay in a place like this, because your ego is not going to be able to keep up with what's happening. Most of the foul smells that occur to us are because of what we have right here, because of what we've been eating, right? So there's an old wise saying, or an old story. There was a young man who walked into the temple, and the young man said, "Wait a minute, this place smells like shit." And then the old master, the old Yoda, the old guru came over to him and said, "You've got shit all over your face. That's probably where the smell is coming from." And the old guru, the man, took the young man over to the mirror and said, "Look, your face is covered in feces and shit." He said, "Wow, yeah, you're right, it is." And he washed off his face. He washed off his face with the holy water of the temple, the mindfulness and detachment temple. And he said, the smell's gone. So he said, in Ashley's case, where did the thought go? Where did the thought that I was having a few moments ago go? Where did the thought that I had 5 minutes ago go? Where's that thought? And matter of fact, where did that thought come from? Where do your thoughts come from, Ashley? And where do your thoughts disappear to? Are all of your thoughts like here right now, all of the thoughts that you've ever had, are they like, is your head full of all the thoughts that you've ever had? Okay, so the thought came from your heart, and then where does it go to after it comes from your heart? No, soul rebel, it's impossible. Okay, where? Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. I've got to not get too worked up here because this is Malaysia. This is a little bit, this isn't the same as Vietnam. So I've got to try to keep some public decorum. Well, Vegan Dolls, what kind of question do you have? Is this your blog? Are you making an article for your blog, or do you have a question? This isn't a spiritual channel. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So, you know, you get what you give. That's what a lot of people don't realize. You get what you give. If you give a lot, you can get a lot. If you don't give anything, then you can't get anything. You'll always be caught up in some conspiracy ideas about reality and life. The Jewish people, the black people, the Trump people, the Biden people, it's all just nonsense. Thoughts arise from and disappear into where? Be curious, be interested, be in a wondering, looking deeply, looking closely. You're just sitting there.
Another channel. They're always trying to be spiritual.
Yeah, you're retarded. You're acting in a 100% retarded way, so everything is going to seem to be retarded.
Another spiritual channel. He's trying to be that way, but he's just reacting to the trolls.
You are retarded. The people are retarded. So you don't get, the only thing that you give is your retardation, your vagueness, your shallowness, your judgmentalness, your judgment that's not based on anything real or meaningful.
Another spiritual channel. Responding to the trolls.
Another retarded person. It's okay. I want you to be here. I'm so happy that you're here. You're 100% welcome.
Oh, someone got triggered again.
You have to stop. You have to be willing to stop. You have to work out the fat of your ego. But mostly we have to step back. We have to detach. Because it can't really be explained. I think that's why a lot of young people a lot of young men love to troll and love to say these reactionary or ridiculous things, because people are pretending that you can explain this, but they're not actually explaining anything. They're pretending that they are an authority. They're pretending that they have a realistic understanding, but it's completely bullshit. So this is not about pretending to have a real understanding. This is primarily about, for most people, something that you don't know about. And your unwillingness to recognize that and to accept that is your retardation and your ignorance and your attachment. And that, it's just all these layers of disrespect and irreverence and inappropriateness and total ridiculous, like total non-human decorum. And then someone builds up their ego on that.
Another spiritual.
You don't know what you're talking about. So if you can start by not knowing what you're talking about, like me, then we can share and we can explore together. It just doesn't make any sense. A lot of the things that we do don't make any sense. So this is making sense of the mystery and pointing to the mysterious aspect of this, and we can get out of it what we give to it. If all you give is your ego, all you're going to get back is your ego. And if your ego is old and stinky and corrupted, that's all you're going to experience. I'm not you. I'm not your thoughts about me. This isn't what you think that it is. It might be something in particular, but it's certainly not what you think that it is, because this isn't your shindig. Nor have you necessarily looked deeply at this, or looked at this really at all, except through the veil of some random ego thoughts, some random judgment. Exactly. You got to give your heart. You got to give your whole body and mind. And if someone else is doing that, basically you have to have some degree of appreciation for that. And then you can get involved with that or not. It's up to you. And that is an ignorant idea as well if we hold on to it, AV. If we attach to the idea that this chat is a particular way, we lose access to the way that the chat actually is with it, which isn't our thoughts about it or our judgments about it. That's why I can safely say that is a retarded way of being. It's not about that person. It's not about this chat. It's just there are ignorant things and there are non-ignorant things. There's looking deeply and there's looking in a shallow way. And then there's seeing through all of that. Most people don't understand most things. Most people don't know about most things. We're all just trying to get by. So compassion, kindness, openness, curiosity, non-aggression. Aggression, very dangerous. So don't just be quick to run around and, don't try to act like me, but it's just trying to make a point about the ways that we all can act. It's not about that person in particular. I wish them the best. It can be, but it's not related to people with disabilities in this case. So it should be all right. Yeah, that's true as well, caveman. It's not accusatory. We have to stop accusing people and start pointing at these ways of being. A person is always changing. You can't put a person into a box, right? A person, a human being, is constantly changing. Their views, their perspectives, they're growing and learning, they're developing, right? But ways of being are kind of solid. So when we have a way of being ignorant and attached and judging others, we have to know how to let go of that way of being. And we all have the capacity to do that. Sure. It's something to be mindful of, Ashley. And I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Let's move on. And Goody Hernandez, you better watch out. You're in the danger zone. And we're not playing any games here. Goody Hernandez, you've initiated the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Moment of bed meal, 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 moment of bed meal. Count down with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, count down with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, restart the countdown, no laughing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maybe the real countdown was the friends that we made along the way. So being with things that we don't like can actually be very, very helpful to us. A lot of the things that benefit us don't feel good. So if we can be a little bit less stuck in this seeking after what feels good and less stuck in this trying to avoid what feels uncomfortable, we can be more open. Right? It's kind of like this way of desiring what feels good and trying to avoid what doesn't feel good. It keeps us closed, it keeps us trapped. And so as we can lessen that desire for feeling good and lessen that desire for avoiding what feels bad, it's the opening. So we can widen out and we can open out very deeply and very seriously. Pay attention, Magic. Go ahead, Ashley. Celestial Surfer, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so I have a lot of experience in these kinds of things. Shared out, smash the likes, W's in the chat, etc. I'm an international man of mystery of sorts. Yeah. Excuse me, Jeremy? Suffering made me interested in Buddhism because I felt so much suffering inside myself and I wanted to get out of the suffering. I wanted the suffering to end, you know what I mean? I love you too, Nightmare. Jeremy, please relax, all right? This is my hat. All right, take a restroom break and we'll be back after a short intermission and a word from our sponsors. Oh, you just come back anytime and you'll be welcome. Jeremy, something about you, Jeremy, it feels like I just want to give you a big hug. And I hope I'll have a chance to give you a big hug one of these days. Something about you. You just feel like my brother from another mother. Well, I'm big bro. But, so let's listen to a word from our sponsors and we'll be back in just a moment. Don't worry, I've listened.
That which has marks is empty and false. Leave this verse for people to recite and uphold.
经云：凡所有相，皆是虚妄，但留此记与人诵持。
Those who cultivate in accordance with this verse will not fall into the evil destinies and will attain great benefit.
依此记免修，依此记修免堕恶道，依此记修有大利益。
Anything that has marks, okay, marks, again, this is a very important Buddhist concept, Chan concept in particular, where marks are things that are observable by our sense organs. So what has marks? Marks has form because it's recognized by the eye organ. Marks, anything that has marks might have a smell which is recognized by our nose organ. And mark could be among the taste, meaning that whatever you taste, you can taste, is recognized by the tongue organ. Touch, anything that you can touch with your skin that comes into contact with your skin, that would be received by your body organ, your skin organ. And that is a mark. What else is a mark? Sound. Anything that has a sound is a mark. So sound is a mark that is recognized by the ear organ. And finally, anything that the mind recognizes also has a mark. That is the concept, for example, is a mark. Let's say the beauty or the artistry that the mind appreciates, that's a mark as well. Creation, creativity is also conceived, can be appreciated by the mind, is also a mark. So anything that has a mark, okay, and the sutra says, is fundamentally empty and false. Empty here refers that it is has no self-nature. Basically, it is there based on conditions, and therefore, in particular, it is basically illusions because they're perceived by our sense organs. Think about it. Anything that you perceive through your sense organs are fundamentally, basically empty and false. False this is very, very important. False here refers to the fact that our sense organs make it look like they're real, but they're not. They actually are, we are being fooled by our own sense organs. This is why for the, as far as Buddhism is concerned, it's very difficult to teach worldly people because the worldly people have a hard time accepting this fact that our sense organs are false, meaning that whatever measurements, whatever we can register, actually is false. It's not real. For example, Chanel number 5 is false. Can you believe? So, because whatever you inhale is false. Isn't that incredible? That beautiful woman that you like is false. In Buddhism, we keep on talking about things that are false. Things are false. They're all empty and they're false. What does it really mean? And then what is true? So this is the kind of questions that we Buddhist teachers need to be prepared to answer.
This is Master Yong Hua, who's a really wonderful, really good teacher. You can do it. Just be patient. Patient 100%. Developing 100% patience. Okay, we're going to switch connections. We're going to go for a walk. I think the regularity of the streams helps a lot because we feel this consistent connection to the path, consistent connection to community of practice, community of being concerned with the path. Thank you. But Alex, do you really know what you're talking about, or are you just pretending? Like, do you really know what this live stream is about, or are you just pretending? Do you really know what Buddhism and meditation are about, or are you just pretending that you do? So we've got to cut this shit of pretending. Way too many pretenders out there. And I'm taking a stand. I'm saying, pretenders, no way. I'm going to cut you off at the source. The great pretender. That's a good word for it. They're not just pretenders, they're great pretenders. They're not just understanders, they're great understanders. Alex, what I'm saying here, what are you talking about? What are you trying to say? Instead of coming in and making a declaration like a king or a queen or some kind of emperor, some kind of Mongolian warlord, having dominion over this place because you just happen to be here. What are you talking about? Do you have a question? Do you want to share something that you've noticed or that you've experienced out of this? So let's start to get real. Let's start to get real and big and strong and wise and compassionate, etc. All right? Let's really try that. Okay, Alex, I want you to try something, all right? Go to Google. Well, first you might need to go to ChatGPT and ask, what is Buddhism about? Or what is meditation is about? This is primarily concerned with Buddhism and meditation, my friend. So this is a community doing their best to improve their lives, to have a deeper understanding of life, informed by the wisdom and the teachings of Buddha. So we can also talk about post-scarcity. So when there's enough, when there's finally enough, do we really have to struggle and strive anymore? Or can we relax? Can we let go of all of our complicated thinking and our frustration and our anger and our competition? And can we actually be at peace? Another pretender. Haystack, another pretender. So Alex, you'll need to look deeply and listen deeply. But why? Also, what are your intentions here? What are your intentions in getting to know about me? Are you going to punish me? Buddhism does not attach to the idea of nothing. Nihilism attaches to the idea of nothing. Also, or the idea of rejectionism. So this is a common confusion. This is the confusion that people believe what's called detachment means rejecting things. So not being attached is like not seeking after something or not trying to avoid something, just being aware. Like, okay, it's kind of like magnetism. So attachment means that if you touch this pole or if you don't, you're like pulled towards it. So you're stuck in that pole because you're pulled towards it. You have this attachment. But detachment means that whether you're touching the pole or whether you're not touching the pole, you're not pulled towards it. You're not attracted to it. You're not identified with it. So attachment Detachment. So it's not about the like material or mental idea of, oh, you're attached to the pole because you are you're leaning onto it, right? So you're attached to it. That's not necessarily true. And in the same way, it's like to reject the pole, like you try to beat up the pole or something. But to detach from the pole is just to accept. Just to accept without holding on, even when you're holding on. Here's another question. What is the idea of punishment anyway? Where is this idea coming from that by you being a white man, or by you being a white woman, or by you being in your 30s or 40s or 50s or whatever, you've somehow attained this role or been given this role of being a judge? Who the fuck are you? You're nobody. So accept being nobody and stop pretending to be the Bible man of the universe or the American judge man of the universe. Why does everyone want to be a judge? And I thought this was America. I thought we needed juries too. People need help. People need cooperation. People need communication. People need to learn how to look deeply. If you don't learn how to do those things and you're walking around saying, ah, ha, 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 another person to judge, what a perfect opportunity for me. That's ridiculous. Why would your main way of engaging with new experiences or new situations or new people be to make judgments about them? Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it feels good. But this idea that we have a job, we have a responsibility to Donald Trump, and we have a responsibility to the American white Constitution to go around and judge people, just vaguely on some random idea that comes into our head when we see them or when we hear them, it's ridiculous. It's nonsense. Don't do that. That's a simple way of explaining it. Don't do that. And that's very nice. That's very relaxed. That's very peaceful to just be open and not in a state of judgment. That's no problem. You love who you want to love. We're not political here. Our politics are a lot deeper than Donald Trump or Joe Biden. I'm talking about people's egos are in this weird state where they're constantly going around judging others and judging situations and judging their experiences in a very vague and flippant way. So for me, it's my curiosity. I'm curious. I'm very, very curious, you know what I mean? And I also know, because I've practiced being curious, that there's always more to understand. There's more to listen deeply to. There's more to look into in terms of there being something. Don't get into the political stuff. That's where we practice mindfulness and detachment, Nightmare. Just because someone else cannot detach, it doesn't mean that you can't detach. Detachment isn't about doing something or not doing something. It's just if you do or you don't do with attachment. Oh, money bit meal, moment a 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 bit meal. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, for God's sakes. How's our stream quality? Audio and video okay? Great. Yeah, Malaysia's got some really fire 4G and 5G. Go ahead and share it. Alex, just be quiet. If you want to make a donation, you can make a donation. If you want to work for me, okay, but you have to make an application. I'm not just hiring anybody, Alex. Yeah. I didn't resign, I renounced. Yeah, congruency of thought. Congruency of thought and actions. Congruency of principles and actions. Oi, thank you very much, Sammy. Very kind. It's better. It's better to try. It's better to try a little bit. You have to forgive that. You have to abandon that. You have to take back your own independence and your own freedom. My life isn't about thinking about what other people have done to me. My life isn't about thinking about what I've done. My life isn't about thinking. So practice satipatthana, practice mindfulness of breathing, practice beyond thinking. Simple. Simple and natural and open. So that is to offer the forgiveness. That is to offer the release and relax of the whole body and mind, not over a period of time, but spontaneously, instantaneously, just give out, just widen out. We say, it's not real, it's not a movie, it's not a TV show. Doesn't need to be, just give. Drop thoughts, drop it like a bag of bricks. Renunciation, detachment, run. You have to be willing to abandon. You have to be willing to detach. You have to be willing to walk away. Doesn't mean that you have to, but the fact that you have that willingness and that openness means that what you're now getting involved with is by choice. So you now have an inherent barrier. The inherent barrier of the willingness to detach. The inherent barrier of the willingness to abandon. And this is also the willingness to forgive. Mike, another pretender, another faker, not even lower than a pretender, an aggressor. An aggressor. Don't be aggressive, kids. As great-grandma used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. If it's not your cup of tea, don't confuse your preference for truth. Don't confuse your opinion for truth. How do we have to keep going? There's something wrong with the American education system, friends. You're not the boss. You're not in control. You're not God. You're not the judge. You're not the police officer of how people live their lives. What the heck is going on? What the heck is going on? Oh, money bid meal, 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 money bid meal. What are we doing? I'm here and I'm ready to make a judgment about you. Really? I've deemed you unworthy. Really? I have a negative thing to say about you. Really? You do? Oi. Give it a break, Mike.
Sorry? Why is that? Like the... Okay.
There's a lot of unexpected situations. So, the way that we react to unexpected situations or unexpected experiences, this is basically an expression of our mind. It's the way that we treat ourselves. What's going on? What's happening? Oh, okay. Yeah, I got confused because sometimes that's what happens when the stream falls apart. But really it's the attachment to understanding that gets us caught up in a lot of weirdness. If we're not so attached to having like a particular conceptual understanding of what's happening, of what's being experienced right now, then it's really not difficult to make the choice to be kind. Boy. Hot. Hello, Pi. Yeah, go ahead, Alex. I'm headed towards the shade. What is it, Drew? I'm not Japanese, so I don't know what that is. Ooh, shade. Shade. Living Buddha. Well, I'd rather have a living Buddha than a dead one, right? So, must be good. I'd rather have a living Buddha than a dead one, so it must be good. Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. That's great. That's a really great thing to do, and certainly completely real. But it's not common. It's not happening. You know, it's even in the past. It's very uncommon. Not something usual. You have to be really developed to be able to do that in a skillful way. Very advanced practice. What are you talking about, Can Man? Who do you think you are? Running around chasing cars, tearing this world apart. Well, we don't make light of that kind of thing, like self-immolation or mummifying yourself or whatever. And you learn to not make light about that stuff by being practical and serious about having a relationship with a teacher, having a relationship with meditation retreats, because basically you're psychotic, basically you're schizophrenic. Everybody is basically psychotic and schizophrenic. So the work is not how you go from being like a normal person to a more wise or more enlightened person. The work is kind of how you go from being schizophrenic and psychotic to not, right? And bipolar and all the mental illnesses wrapped up into one is basically what everyone already is. So you have to have a realistic relationship with a teacher, with a community, with basic practice. Otherwise, the spirituality. Hello. Oh, thank you. The spirituality becomes like just gets used by your psychoticness, by your psychosis. Ooh, this is the tea shop. Really? You take off your shoes here? Oh, I never think about that, but that's really good. Yeah. No, that's my preference. You take off the shoes to go in this tea shop. Oh. And can we try some tea together? Me and you? Oh. I like a shoe pour. Yeah, the best shoe pour you can share with me. That's the one I'm interested in. Wow. It's the tea shop. Oh, beauty. Beauty shop. Only 200. Oh my God. Very beauty shop. You all can see. Here, look. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Weed is no good. If you put weed in the same box as tea, you are my enemy. You are in grave danger. It simply doesn't work like that, my friends. If you want to get high, you're just going to get low. Do you want to get low or do you want to get high? That's up to you. Wow. What a beautiful shop. What a wonderful shop. Yes, Lord. I hope you don't mind I live stream.
Oh, no
Yeah.
problem, no problem. Live stream?
Yeah, live stream on YouTube.
Oh, alright.
Ooh.
Không chỉ đơn à? Oh. Where do you came from?
Well, I come from a lot of places, but I was born in America.
Oh, born in America.
But I haven't lived there for about 7 years.
Oh.
Because I have been following the Buddhism.
Oh, the Buddhism.
Yes. I was the Buddhism monk for 7 years.
Oh, for 7
Yes, yes.
Oh, nice. Heard this brand before?
What is it?
Do you heard this brand or know this brand before?
Yeah, I've drank this tea before. I've had a few teapots, but I travel so much during that time as a monk. So I leave behind my teapot, different places. Because if you're traveling, it's not easy to bring the
teapot,
fairness
yeah.
pitcher and the teapot and all these things. So
Yeah.
I just had to leave behind many times. And then I'm easy. I can also use the cappuccino. So
can take it the caffeine.
yeah. But my favorite tea is shu pour, and also the sencha. You know sencha from
yeah.
Japanese tea is very, very nice.
Oh, from Japanese.
Yeah.
It's in the powder form, is it?
Mm.
For the
Yeah.
Japanese.
No, that's the matcha.
Oh,
The matcha. The matcha is the powdered form, and the sencha is
no,
the-
just wash. Yeah.
you just wash it.
Yeah, just wash it. Just hot it.
Rick, you're a blind fool. You from Penang? You live Penang?
Yeah, I live in it.
How much this tea cost? One cake. This one.
For one cake is just 85.
85.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a cheap one.
Cannot consider as cheap one because this one is like for the daily drinking.
Daily drinking
Yeah,
one.
and
Okay.
this one is the benchmark of the show pool.
For the
Yeah.
Thai tea.
So
Standard.
standard of the pool
Yeah,
for the show
yeah,
pool.
yeah.
If you know TT, then you know the 7572 is the benchmark of the
I never follow that kind of thing. I would just,
drink and
well, I would get from the person who select.
oh,
You know, there be some person, they select the shoe pours, and then I will pick from their selection.
oh.
You know, so already selected.
This is the can say is the standard one of the right pool. So
Oh.
can have a try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many durian you eating every week?
Me?
How many seed every week?
I think for my parents it's around 2 or 3 days per week during the durian season. But for me, I'm not eating actually.
You don't like durian?
Not I don't like durian because my body cannot take
Too much heat,
yeah,
huh?
Yeah, too much heat.
You know, I've had 2 times when I eat too much durian, especially in Thailand,
Yeah.
and the heat burn out. The heat burn out like a sore in my body, on my foot, and it cannot close for many days.
Yeah. So you need to drink like a lot of water. And in Malaysia or Thailand is like a very hot weather.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I like durian a lot. I like a lot.
Good taste, is it?
Yeah. Because I believe it has the magical properties, the same as the
Tea.
the shoe pour, the fermented qualities, deep qualities, right? So I like the deep qualities.
It's the you say the aura.
Yeah, deep aura.
The deep aura.
Yeah,
From the durian or from tea.
shoe pour tea, because fermented, so many mysterious things happening inside the fermentation process.
Do you heard this brand before, Casey?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
okay.
Thai tea. But
Okay.
I like the very strong smell, stink, like a rotten fish or like a...
Rotten fish?
Yes, very strong. The stronger the smell, the better.
That one you want to choose maybe the old type.
Yeah, old type, more rotten.
This one is the new type. They using the micro technology to done the tea.
Oh.
So actually since 2014, Tea already start to open a factory and do the lab test for the inside.
Specific bacteria,
Yeah.
specific microbes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So just to investigate inside what is the microorganism inside the
Yeah.
right pool. And they already achieve it and mature it, the technology. So right now they grow their microorganism or we say the bacteria by themselves. Then doing the fermentation process, they are using their own growing microorganism.
Yeah, that's right.
To ferment it.
It makes sense. It's kind of like, reminds me of meditation. Reminds me of the meditation practice.
This, for right now, just his company starting to do it since 2014 until now. Just only.
Do you have anywhere to plug this in?
I have the extra head for not this one. I mean the another one.
Could I plug in? Because
Yeah. Sure. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me brew the first brew first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
good smell. Very good smell.
It has very good fragrance. Yeah.
And is there a...
It's right here.
Okay.
You need to charge which?
Yeah, I need to charge this one, the one that is...
Okay. Maybe we can put right here. Yeah. Maybe right here. Yeah. Then you pass me this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Actually, the fermentation process, this technology, for the last time, when the ferment, actually what's coming up for the fermentation process is an unknown for them, for the past. But right now, after the microtechnology and technology, they already know after ferment out what is the tea taste for the
Right.
pour. Yeah. So it come out. This is the, let's say, this is the new
standard.
You can say the new generation of pour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Actually, the fermentation process is the second generation of pour. So the first generation, they say the aging one.
Right.
So
And then right is second, so this is the third generation.
Yeah, this one you can mention as the generation.
Third wave.
Yeah.
This is third wave shoe pour.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
anyone
You
asking?
can say the second wave, but the aging one is the first.
But really, in the original way, it's the third wave.
Yeah. This one is the, you say, the technology.
But we can say the two are different, right? The shu and shen.
Yeah.
So then, but if you put all
Actually,
together.
Shou and Shen didn't have the fermentation
Yeah,
process.
yeah, just
So-
natural fermentation,
Yeah.
time.
So we can say it's an aging. You can like put it for a very long time.
Aging process instead of fermentation process.
Yeah, correct. It's like you keeping the vintage type of the wine.
Yeah, vintage
Yeah,
wine.
it's same like using as pour.
Mm.
So you keep the longer, the better, the smoother taste, and the stronger the aftertaste or the aroma.
Cool.
You can feel it has have very high fragrance of
Yeah.
shoku,
Yeah.
very good taste,
Huh.
and didn't have any, you say the too bitter taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this instrument over here for sale? The boo-boo?
No, that one is a gift from a customer.
Oh, they bring it
Yeah.
as a gift.
So we feel we right there.
Can I play it? Play it
I
a little
think
bit?
no problem. You can
Okay.
you can take it.
I always want to try that kind of machine. Did you follow the Buddhism or Jesus?
No, Buddhist.
You go to the temple?
For pray, yes. stay more?
Don't have.
Just
Yeah,
around
don't have.
all the.
Because when I was a monk, there are many opportunities, many temples around the world to stay at. So I never had one place that I stayed at. And now that I am not a monk, not as easy to stay at temple, but there's no place, one place I stay, I don't have.
You didn't fix a place.
Yeah, no fixed place.
So you also traveling around the world?
Well, yeah, a little bit. I would like to visit China, but it's difficult for Americans to visit China.
Really?
Yeah, very difficult, not easy.
Got a lot of procedure, I see.
Yeah, processes. Have you been to China?
Yeah, I went for one time. I go to the Yunnan.
Yunnan.
Yeah, this company factory. Yeah, we do factory visit. Very relaxing, right? Just like.
How old are you?
25.
Very rich.
Very rich, yeah, and very strong show full of freedom.
But this one will be strong, right? It will have the caffeine power also.
Actually, in caffeine, it's not that strong. Shofu actually, because it's already fermented, so it has very strong caffeine. The taste is just rich, but the nutrition inside almost the same. Didn't have much difference actually for all the teas, for all the shofu.
Once the fermentation process is done, then it's like
Yeah, it's like already formed.
and who are those people?
No,
They are owners?
they are my manager.
Manager.
Yeah, they just come here do a visit.
most important worms are the worms that you have in your brain. Your worms of complicated thinking. Your worms of greed, anger, and delusion. Don't let any psychotic, schizophrenic lunatic tell you different. The number one problem is brain worms. The worms in your gut are just how full of shit you are. The worms in your brain is what you really have to start to deal with. So you use the power of mindfulness and detachment to purify the worms in your brain. How will all that shit get in your head? That's a question you need to ask yourself. The Buddhism now it has problems because it become more like a culture, more like a tradition. But the power of the Buddhism is not in the culture or in the tradition. It's in the resonance, you know? And so now you have so many old monk and old people, they just sniffing their own stink. And the young people, they don't, not easy to reach them.
Yeah, not easy.
Especially a little bit different for Asian because you have some more connection, but for the Westerner, it's very difficult to reach with the Buddhism. Because, oh yes,
Yeah,
okay,
so
sure.
sorry.
Because
Okay, we can slow a bit.
oh,
Maybe
just slower.
Slower is okay.
Start to get
Maybe the too fast, so the sound will be too.
Yeah.
Wait, they say the correct way to knock actually is slow, not very fast.
But sometimes we don't get to choose. You know what I mean? But for Westerner, not believe much and respect the elder. We don't believe much in that. And you know, that's very important for the Buddhism.
Yeah, for respect the parents is very important. Before we respect our God, the first thing is our parents.
Respect.
Yeah, this is we put in our number one place. And after that, God will be our God, will be our second.
Well, if you get Jesus, then you put Jesus first. But see, that's the difference with the Western and the Asian,
Really?
right? Of course, you can't put in Christianity. You can't put anything above God. Jesus is number one. God is number one. No choice. So that is the difference, right, with the Asian and the Western.
I think this one is the difference between the Asian and Western. Mostly Asian, they will put their parents first.
But in Christianity, you can.
This one is the fourth book. The color still dark, so actually it's very long lasting. Can brew for many times. Is it too deep taste for you? Or
No, it's good. It's right. It's right on the money. That's how I like to drink it. But sometimes, do you know, with the hot liquid,
Yeah.
if you just drink a little bit, it's not so special. But if you, it's still too hot. But if you gulp it, you take a big gulp of the very hot liquid, then you feel inside all the way, right?
Correct.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like maybe we mix when we drink it, we sip it with, because when we sip it, it's with the oxygen. So
Put together with the oxygen.
yeah, it's put together with oxygen. So you will feel the fragrance is more white inside the mouth.
Yeah. But sometime I like to take a big gulp of the very hot liquid because then I get my mindfulness,
Yeah,
my
you can-
awareness
you can-
inside
You
the
can feel the warm go
inside
on.
the body.
Yeah.
So, but you have to be careful because if you do it too hot, maybe it's not good.
Yeah,
You
it's-
burn something.
You will have our foot.
And it's,
You don't have to try for the older one. You want to try for the aging one, for the shoku, or you want to maintain for this group?
sure, let's try. Let's try the whole
Yeah.
thing.
No problem.
What year is it?
Let me see. We have, I think I have 2005. Got one 2005 and one 2008.
Maybe 2000.
Yeah. Hold on.对，我也是在选择726260的。This one is the year 2006. So it has for 19 years.
And how much this one?
This one 85.
That's the one we just tried.
Yeah,
And this one, how much?
185.
185, 100 more.
Yeah, 180. Don't mind I change the team right now.
Please, you change freely.
So how many days do you went for the other country to visit the temple?
Start in Thailand.
Thailand,
Thailand, Myanmar,
Myanmar,
Laos,
Laos,
South Korea, Japan,
Japan.
Malaysia, Singapore, India, Nepal,
Wow.
Italy, England.
It's oh
Yeah,
very nice.
Italy is a nice place, nice country.
Actually got a lot of historical
Yeah,
things, right? Like
it's
that.
beautiful, beautiful. But they get the payback.
Oh,
You see, these countries, they get the payback. Now England, Italy, like an old woman or something, you know what I mean? But if you look at China, very power, or
it's growing.
yeah, growing, same Malaysia and Singapore and Japan and South Korea. But China especially growing.
Growing very fast.
Vietnam.
Oh, Vietnam. Yeah, very many Buddhist places.
Vietnam probably the strongest Mahayana Buddhist country. You know, because there's two kinds of Buddhism. Well, three: Tibetan Buddhism, Chinese Buddhism, and Southeast Asian Buddhism.
Wow.
Mahayana, Theravada, and Tibetan Vajrayana. So in Vietnam they have university, Buddhist university, 100, 200, 300 young men, young women, they go to become the monk in the university. As the Buddhist university.
Got a Buddhist university?
Yeah, with many hundreds of monks and nuns, young men and young women.
Wow.
Right? That's really interesting. Not Japan, not South Korea, not Malaysia, doesn't have, but Vietnam has.
Yeah.
So
In Malaysia, I think more temples right on this state, like in Penang. Yeah, you see.
in Penang, more
Yeah.
temples, right?
Yeah, more temples.
But usually they are old and sleepy. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that's really
Because this is they build their own.
yeah.
So it's like a bit like housing, but it's open for public.
Well, they say that, but it's open very short hour and just like museum. So
Yeah.
really, for me, that is just a wasted space.
Yeah.
You know, lazy people, lazy monks. People have different ideas, so
Because some of them they not their in-house actually is like their own.
yeah, they
open
make
their
it their
own.
house and
Yeah.
they make a museum.
Mostly open for public. They will open from the morning until evening. Yeah.
But just to show pictures, just to show, you know, give a place to take a picture or to sit and meditate for a minute.
We can go more on to the town area. Actually, there got more on the actually more temple and more historical things. Yeah. Later you can compare the new type of the poor and the aging one. Actually, you can feel that that is not same already. It's not same technology.
These have the chi power.
Actually, older
You
in
know the chi?
Yeah, you mean the aura of the tea.
Yeah, the special aura you can you like a ghost, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
a ghost in the tea, and you drink
You
it.
can feel it like your body is very warm and going. It's
Special
like
quality.
going on anywhere. Yeah.
Very special quality.
But for this brand, The second biggest, you can say the second or third biggest is in Malaysia or Korea already. Actually, it's only in 4 countries. KT, yeah. If not include Taiwan, Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, and Korea, South Korea. But most maintain the Chinese culture is mostly Malaysia. After Taiwan or Hong Kong. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Because Vietnam is unique.
Yeah.
They have their own culture.
Yeah.
These days, it's very connected, but it's different.
Yeah.
And they are more the natural people.
You say still maintain the surname or something.
Yeah, they still maintain
mostly in Malaysia they still protected it. Yeah.
Same like Vietnam. But Vietnam has their own surnames.
Yeah. But we still maintain our Chinese surname.
Yeah. Malaysia have more relationship with China or America?
Actually both. Yeah. If you ask me, I would say both. Still maintaining on 2 sides.
What kind of prices are these teapots over here?
This normal teapot. The purple clay. Yeah.
Normal purple clay.
Yeah. This one is the new purple clay.
So how about, for example, this one? Oh, 600. That's a good price.
This all actually is new purple clay, and it's from this brand CT.
Yeah.
So what they do actually, what they produce, they got the QR code right here.
Okay.
Because the new trend, new generation, they were worried about the chemical.
Yeah.
Like the chemicals, got chemical substance on the purple clay.
Oh, this is a beauty one. Look, very cute.
This one very cute.
Oh, I have the.
It's suit for the show pool actually.
It's a pig.
Yeah, it's a
little
pig.
piggy.
Yeah. Very good design for this. So on this code you can scan, so you will know all the record.
All the information, yeah.
Yeah. So they got the lab test report for the
For the
teapots to show that there is no chemical inside
Yeah.
this teapot.
Mm.
So it's more protected and will be more confident for people to.
That's it. It made me think about meditation again, because when you meditation, you examine your mind, so you can be sure what is the composition, what's deep in your mind. But for the people who never examine their mind, they don't know what's in their mind.
Yeah.
So they think it's a good clay or a safe clay, but they didn't check it.
Yeah. Because they also didn't have the much knowledge to understand.
To even do
Yeah,
that.
to investigate.
Yeah.
Because this must have some, we say it must have some experience.
Some blessings,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We say blessings.
Then we must look more.
Okay, this is round one, right?
Yeah. This is the first group. So it's more smooth and lighter.
Mm.
but the fragrance is not as strong as that just now. Yeah. But you can feel the overall the water is more soft and more, you say, it's not that heavy. You can feel the weight of the tea is more light.
Yeah. Do you ever get any side effect if you drink so much tea during the day?
You will feel a bit low sugar, like feel your body will be weaker. And sometimes maybe too hot weather, if you drink too much or too heavy taste, you'll feel your body will be feel, because the qi is going on in your body, so you feel too hot. Yeah. Like for the old red brewer, their taste is more on more better taste on the second or third brew, because they already aging so for very long. So all the taste is more on the third brew, mostly more on the second brew or third brew. So the tea taste will come out more. Is it okay for the tea? Or you like the first one?
We have to see. We have to see how it develops on this number 2. But yeah, more light is always good.
No, it's different character. You can see. It's a totally different character.
No, I like the new one better.
Got the fragrance, is it?
Yeah. Just a deeper,
Yeah, the deeper
more
taste.
musty.
Yeah.
Musty, stinky, rotten. take a look at this. Is there a toilet here?
After this door. Yeah. เรา还是讲602嘛，对吧？OK。好。
Okay. What did you think about what you saw?
Mostly is more think of ourselves more before we look on other people. Firstly. So mostly you drink more sugar or
Well, mostly these days I drink a cappuccino because, like I said, carrying around. But I have just a flask, brewing flask, and one cake. But I haven't used it yet. If I had to guess, I'd say it's in the middle between these two teas. But it's older, maybe 2000.
They say this food will be better. You know, feel. Yeah, it's not that rich compared with the just now, but the taste, the feeling inside more. Feel comfort.
Yes, a good mouth feeling.
Comfort, more.
What taste do you get out of this? Like a shoe or like a tree leaf?
You know the old, I don't call it, it's like the woody furniture, you know?
Wood furniture.
Yeah, it's like
It
the
tastes
very-
like wood furniture.
You know, the old, the old wrap, a bit that feeling. Yeah.
Tastes like a wood furniture. I got some mango somehow. Maybe some bitter melon, some mango. Dirt. Always tastes like dirt, right?
Yeah, a bit the taste is normal for the old food. But it's very light dirt, not very heavy dirt. If heavy dirt is like not good for tasting.
Clouds. I can taste clouds also.
Clouds.
And soup. Well, it is soup, right? It's a tea soup.
Yeah, tea soup.
Banana. Smell some banana. apricot. Many taste, you know, maybe it's just a memory. Okay, I will go.
No problem.
Thank you so much for your tea service.
No problem.
Very, very premium, very fantastic. I'll just gather up my things. And I will come back here if I need some tea supply or...
Do you need anything for now?
I'm gonna go look over there because it might be something I need over there
Alright.
to make tea at home, you know?
Maybe you can have one just now.
I'll take a look over here. This pour pick, right?
Yeah, for the tea cakes and the all compressed tea.
That's, how much is it? 20 ringgit, yeah.
1990. Here is the raw.
The raw
tea,
pour.
yeah.
What is your favorite tea? Is it raw or ripe?
Both actually.
Yeah.
Both of different character. So I like both.
Okay, well, I'm going to get out of here.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. What is your name?
My name is Edmund.
Edmund.
Yeah.
Mr. Edmund, okay. And your English is really great. But in Malaysia, that's normal, right? Everybody speaks
it's
English.
quite normal. I can say my English is not that good among them.
And thank you so much for letting me charge my phone.
Anything you need, can tell.
I will come back if I need the tea machine or the tea things.
Yeah, sure.
Then I will come back.
Maybe some small tea also, no problem. Yeah. It's a gift to person. Yeah.
Little citrus pour tea.
This one is made from the aging, the old tree leaves.
What's this here? This is just a little towel, tea towel, right?
Yeah, tea towel. This one is the classic type. It's a bold tea. So 100 gram got the raw and the ripe one.
What is this? What's this thing?
It's the ripe pourer too. It's
Just a
very
little
rich
mini,
too.
a
Yeah,
mini
it's the
ripe
mini
pour.
size. Because if you times 3, it's more expensive. So they make in the smaller one, but good
Oh,
quality.
how about this Lucky Dragon?
This one is orange mandarin.
Oh, and this
Yeah.
a mini 7562. That's heavy, huh?
Yeah, this is 250 grams. It's a brick tea.
Okay.
So right here, all is the promotion. Yeah.
Okay, what's this?
Coffee flavor of the tea.
Coffee flavor
yeah,
tea.
You know just now I mentioned before the technology process. Yeah, so they make into the powder form and mix with the Yunnan coffee. Make into the powder form and mix together. So inside got the tea benefits and coffee flavor. It's very special. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
See you next time.
Yeah.
See you in your next life. All right. Amitofo. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. And I will not be brandishing any firearms today. I probably shouldn't say that word either. I'm not going to be brandishing any weapons today. Just FYI, just so you know. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Uh-oh. No! Big W's in the chat. No! Policia! Oh my goodness, Miss M. You got caught up in the crossfires. You got caught up in the crossfires, Miss M. How can it be undone? I don't know. Yo! How can it be undone? There we go. Unhide. You're back, Miss M. How can it be undone? Oh, money bit meal, moment of it 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 meal. Oh, money bit meal, moment of it 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 meal. Oh, money bit meal, money bit. Moment of it meal, 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 moment of it meal. You're an inspiration. Oh, man, of it meal, moment 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 of it meal. Oh, man, of it meal, moment of it meal, moment of it meal, moment of it meal, moment of it meal. Buddhists. Okay, well, that's not a good idea, patiently. So let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. Funny seeing you here. Look, everybody, it's our friend. He came to see us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juicy fruit, friends. Juicy fruit. Oh, my livid mill, 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 my livid mill. Boy.
Finish live streaming already?
It's still in there.
Oh.
Now, there is something I want to talk about with our community here. This has to do with the topic of arrogance. Anybody have any ideas about arrogance? Is anyone here arrogant? What is arrogance exactly? Or pride? Arrogance and pride. Arrogance and pride. What is arrogance? What is pride? You're sitting in the chair. Sitting in the chair across from me. Listen, patiently happy. What are you doing here? That's a timeout. What is hubris? overinflated sense of self. What I'm thinking about here, better adjust my hat to be a little bit more, yeah, that's a good way to say it. I like to think of it this way as well. It's a sense of being more in control than you think that you are. Because the self really depends on this sense of control. Like, I am in control. What is I, what is yourself if you're not in control? Where is your sense of self if it's not based in your capacity to be in control of your own body, be in control of your own mind? This is Malaysia. That's a good idea. Thinking that your errors are somehow correct or somehow pure. Hello. How to become a monk. Be really, really interested in becoming a monk. So it won't be enough to just be interested today in becoming a monk. You'll also have to be interested tomorrow in becoming a monk. So ask me again tomorrow how to become a monk. Clint, I'm okay with being phony. Because really the sense of I or the sense of self, like that you're a real true person in a real true story, and I'm a real true person in a real true story, and we're all kind of these characters in the movie of life, that is phony. Kind of like how what's the guy who played James Bond? The most recent James Bond? It wasn't Daniel Radcliffe. We're going into the shopping mall. Who wants to go shopping? Who here wants to go shopping? Oh. Hello? Because one mic is for the Buddha and one mic is for me. I financially sustain myself by being nobody. Because if I was somebody might need to go shopping at Tommy Hilfiger. So then it will be difficult to sustain myself. But if I don't need to wear Tommy Hilfiger, then it will be much easier for me to sustain myself. If I have a lot of desire, then I will need to have a house. I will need to have a house like this. So then it will be very difficult to sustain myself, right? If I need to buy something, if I need to go somewhere, if I need to do something, then it will be very difficult to sustain myself. But if I don't need to go anywhere, if I don't need to buy anything, then it's easy to sustain myself, right? Well, luckily there's no female counterpart. Ooh, shotgun. Yeah, we're so much thinking about buying. Okay, Sikh pilot, Punjabi pilot. Punjabi pilot. How should we effectively deal with failure and regret? Well, regret means that you're a good person. And it also means you have enough awareness to see that there are certain things that are good to do and certain things that are bad to do. There are certain things that cause suffering, and there are certain things that reduce or end suffering. So regret means that you're a good person, so rejoice in your goodness. Now, failure is another matter entirely. Failure is the most important ingredient for freedom. If you are unwilling to fail, you're unwilling to be free. So failure is like a teacher. Failure teaches that everything is impermanence. Everything is changing. You have to be ready to let go of anything. You have to be ready to let go of everything. Because it is temporary, it is impermanent, it is changing. Nothing stays the same. W's in the chat, everybody. No need to let go of any hats because there's big W's coming. You just stay with mindfulness. You stay with detachment. You stay with not seeking. Because unless you're, willing and interested to abandon your life, to stop seeking, to stop trying to build up your life, there's no reason to be a monk. So be a monk as much as you can in your own life and cultivate that energy and that willingness to sacrifice, to give up your life, to fail. Right? To become a monk, you have to be willing to fail at everything. You have to be ready to fail at your whole life. What are we talking about here? And right, so this is where we're getting to the intuition, we're getting to the natural understanding here. Because to become a monk is to be the juggler that is open and willing to drop the ball. So that's a monastic juggler. To be a stream winner is to be a big loser. To get the enlightenment is to get nothing at all. So allow yourself to experience getting nothing at all, whether you're a monk or a layperson or a man or a woman or whatever. Just allow yourself to drop the ball. Drop all the balls. Drop everything. Yeah, there you go. Shelley is giving us some insight. Shelley is giving us some clarity, and also time traveling, which having more time travelers is probably a good idea. There's nothing wrong with that. The more time travelers, the better, right? Not being black or white. Because this is the moment to become a real monk. Don't put the access to freedom out there. That's no access and that's no freedom. It's either in here, it's either right now, or it's nowhere. Widen out. Go beyond that fixation. Go beyond grasping. Go beyond attachment. Go beyond thinking. And go beyond going beyond thinking. Drop, drop, drop. Everything. Feel it in the body instead of fixating on it in the mind. Instead of fixating on it mentally, drop everything. Even drop not fixating on it mentally. Because this is the power of impermanence, where we're learning how to use the power of impermanence. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the story is. It is subject to, it arises from impermanence. Hello, sir. Well, I try to go live regularly. But this is it. I mean, it doesn't get more regular than this. The most regular is moment after moment, breath after breath, continuously experiencing. Not about black or white. Not about things working out the way you want them to work out or them not working out the way you want them to work out. That's what limits our practice so much, is even though we get involved in all these kinds of different things, like positive things and negative things, and we seem to move forward in our practice or we seem to move backwards in our success in our life, it seems that way, right? But regardless of how forward you move or regardless of how backwards you move, life is not under your control. So you're working with the reactivity that you have to life rather than controlling life. And sometimes all you can do is not complain. Just be present, just be aware, just be mindful, and not complaining. And that's where you get these inklings of freedom that start to reorganize and restructure your ego identity. It's okay to be a femboy. It's okay to be a Buddhist or a Muslim or a Christian or whatever. We're doing the release and relax of the whole body and mind in public. Not because I'm here to go shopping, but because it's very hot outside. So I don't want to trip and fall on my face with the heat. We have to accept that it's okay to be a crackhead. We have to accept that anything and everything is okay. Anything and everything is no longer a reason to be attached, no longer a reason to be confused, no longer a reason to suffer. When nothing is any longer permitted to be a reason to suffer, we can drop the reasoning of suffering. We can drop the reasoning of perpetuating suffering. And that's a good idea. I don't recommend that you go and be a crackhead. I'll give it all to you. Come here and I'll give it all to you. You can hold the tripod, you can do all the filming for me, and I'd really appreciate that. That'd be very beneficial. But I'll hold the mic. Hello. It's an invocation of compassion. So we're learning the skill and the art of invoking compassion. We want suffering to end, right? But unless we're willing to face suffering, how are we going to be involved in the process of that ending? And suffering, like our unpleasantness or the difficulty inside of ourselves, right? That's not an idea, that's not a thought. It's deeper than thinking. So we have to be willing to go deeper than thought. Deeper than thought into our direct experiencing. That's where the wisdom is, that's where the compassion is. It's not really a place. But we listen more and more closely, we listen more and more deeply, we open up, widen up. Not in the usual way of thinking. Not in the usual way of acting. Not in the usual way of reacting. Beyond usualness. We get to cut out our aggression to new experiences. Cut out our aggression to not understanding. Oh, if you don't think you can end suffering, you're in a very bad place. So that is the only true hope. The only true hope is not for McDonald's cheeseburger. The only true hope is that we can really end our suffering, that we can really be free. And there's no place to be free outside of right here and right now. So this is the way of being free, where we are, instead of just thinking about things. What happens if you stop thinking about things? You know what I mean? You want to give it a try? What happens when you stop thinking about things? Realistically. What realistically happens when you stop thinking about things? What realistically happens when you stop thinking about things? So many of the problems and the confusions and the complications that we have to deal with all the time, they come to an end. We stop making new problems for ourselves when we know how to stop thinking about things. And there's no thought that can answer non-thought. To see, to notice, to realize that our thoughts are mostly just BS. That most of our thoughts are just thoughts about other thoughts, just never-ending thoughts, never-ending thinking that we give some kind of special importance to. But they're not actually especially important. We're just addicted to thinking. We're thought addicts. Our biggest addiction is our addiction to thinking. This is a starting point as much as it is an ending point. So we don't need to be confused or debate about what happens when I stop thinking. In the same way that you're awake for a while, so you have to go to sleep. You've been thinking for a while, so you have to stop thinking. And you can't just say, well, now I'm thinking a new thought, and I'm going to believe in that new thought. Because you're just doing the same thing you've always been doing. You're just giving a special importance to a certain kind of thought because it's convenient, not because it's true, not because it's practical, not because it's useful. So really, we're actually learning the way of non-thinking. We're learning the way of non-suffering. We're learning the way of freedom from thoughts. Practically, realistically, automatically, spontaneously. Giving out the forgiveness. Because we're doing a lot of bad things. We're doing a lot of naughty things. We're thinking a lot of bad and naughty thoughts. Seeking, chasing, desiring, avoiding. So you need forgiveness. You have to learn how to forgive yourself. You have to learn how to forgive your thoughts. And this kind of happens automatically. So learn how to empower the automatic forgiveness of thinking. That is using the power of impermanence. Using the power of impermanence to forgive all thinking. Because if we look around the shop, if we look around the technology shop, there's all kinds of interesting things we want to buy. Massage gun, a smartwatch, laptop, headphones, new microphone, webcam. And so you can't actually bring all these things with you. You can't carry all these things around with you. And so in the same way that you will become exhausted and tired and basically be like a crazy person if you try to carry around all these material objects with you, in the same way, when you're carrying around all these complicated beliefs and ideas with you, you're making a mess, you're making a problem, you're turning yourself into a crazy person. So if you need to think about something, think about not thinking. Question, investigate, look deeply, explore. Don't let your mind control you. And please do let me know if our connection goes in or out or anything like that. Is our connection okay currently? Can we get some W's in the chat? It's blurry, oh no. I've got to go back out into the sunlight. This is a big mall. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Now, one of these things that we want to try to remember and try to understand is that the teachings here are concerned with mindfulness and detachment. The teachings here are not concerned with rejecting things, but rather to see how impermanent everything is. Everything is impermanent. How much is it?
So it's a 5,000 mAh, and then we're selling 159.
Oh, okay, I get it. It attached to the iPhone, right? Okay.
Yeah, I show you on the front.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have the 10,000 and 5,000.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Oh,
So
let's see.
this one is a 5,000 mAh.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Because I live streaming.
I can. So
Yeah, so I just want to see if it can connect onto here.
Okay.
Let's try.
Yeah, I can. So okay. This one is a 5,000.
Yeah.
5,000 mAh, and then this one is a 10,000 mAh.
This is slim.
Slim.
Slim charge. Here, let's see. Oh, wow, it works.
Yeah.
It works really great. How much heavier is the 10,000? Do you have an open one?
Thanks, sir. This one 10,000 we're selling 249.
Okay, let's check
But
it.
the 10,000 can charge many times.
Yeah, many times. That's right. Extendo. I don't want to get into a debate or an argument with you, okay? If you want to say something, you say it to my face. Don't talk around my back. So this one is 200,
49.
and this one?
159.
Please let me know when our connection comes back, okay? Okay, our connect back. That's great. Audio cuts and a lot of things going on, right? So we haven't left. We couldn't leave the present moment. And you know, I purchased that item. I purchased that item to make use of for doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment, actually, for our live streaming endeavors and for our community activities. So, detachment means that when we do something, we just do it. When we don't do something, we just don't do it. We don't add on all these kind of complicated layers of judgment or complicated layers of thinking. You see what I'm saying? Hello? Forever young. And it's true. It's our attachment. It's our attachment derangement syndrome that really makes us have a big problem for aging, for complex sicknesses. Tashi Delek, Amitofo. Oh my God. So let things be foreign to us. Let things be unusual. Be open to the unusualness of a view that you're not accustomed to. The problem is we think that everybody wants something from us, and in a capitalist society, consuming society, it's really easy to feel that way, like we're always trying to get scammed or tricked or taken advantage of. But just as much as that can be true, it can also not be true. So keep the quality of openness, keep the quality of curiosity, and you just see how it goes. You just see how it goes, not to get too caught up. Not too much of a big deal. You can say that we're in a simulation, but that can also be very nihilistic, right? So this is openness, this is broadness, this is wide outness. This is not some kind of nihilistic, weird thought or idea. This is the thought that is beyond thinking, beyond any idea of nihilism or whatever thought that you can come up with. It's beyond that. This is the realest thing we will ever experience, so why not experience it, fully, completely, totally, as deeply as we can. As totally as we can to experience this. So here is where attachment comes into play. You're attached to this idea or this thought being a fact. But reality is not thought-based. Reality doesn't rely upon humans' thoughts about it. So that's where you went wrong. That's where you got confused. You had thought that, just that you had thought. There's nothing, it's not more essential or more important than that. You had thought that. And now you can detach from that thought. Objective stupidity. Objective attachment to thoughts. Objective attachment to a complicated thought. Simple as that. Objective truth is objective stupidity, and usually The people who think they're talking about objective truth are just talking about objective stupidity, their attachment to thoughts, right? So we can be attached to thoughts that we have, or we can not be attached to thoughts that happen. It's all about stepping all the way back, stepping 100% back from this thought-based ego narrative about life and reality, and actually arriving in the here and the now, arriving in this lived experience, this life experience that isn't about words and phrases. It's almost like you're thinking that reality is your student, when actually reality is your master. So it's becoming very egoic. It's being locked in this egoic point of view where everything is about what you think, period. Everything is not about what you think. This is not about what you think. And it's quite a simple understanding to develop. It's not complicated. It's not really confusing. What's confusing is going round and round and round in complicated thinking. That's what's confusing. Yeah, so, pointing that out, right? That your quote-unquote objective truth is just a tangled up combination of a bunch of different thoughts that are reifying your sense of self. So it's not about it being true in the same way that it's not about it not being true. It's free from that. It's free from the idea about it. Anything is like that. So even, come over here, take a look at this. This shirt here is automatically free, is already free from your thoughts about it. So how much more to say about reality itself? This shirt here is completely and totally free from your thoughts about it. This shirt here doesn't rely on your thoughts about this shirt. Reality does not rely on your thoughts about reality. Your thoughts about reality are just thoughts. Thoughts are not inherently more significant than pieces of fabric, or drops of rain, or potatoes in the garden. So this is the attachment to thoughts, the addiction to thoughts that makes you perpetuate kind of a certain kind of psychosis, a thought-based psychosis. Not being able to step back, not being able to widen out, not being able to see through the veil of complicated thinking. Yeah, you can say that, Jahan. You can say it's kind of like that. But the moment that you get attached to it absolutely being that way, that's when you get into big trouble. The same principle, the same way that like we think all Muslims are a certain kind of way, or we think all black people are a certain kind of way, etc. Or we think all Asian people are a certain kind of way, etc. It's just kind of ridiculous. It's naturally ridiculous. You don't need to think about it to see how ridiculous it is. It's those people who can't stop thinking that can't see how ridiculous they are. For me, I'm easy to see how ridiculous I am. It's not difficult for me to see that. So in that way, I don't need to defend myself. Who's in charge here? Who's the big boss? Who's got the big thought? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck could chuck as much as a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. It's as simple as that. It's not more complicated. Not more complicated than that. But we overcomplicate it. Right. A lot of people don't know that, but I'm actually the real power man. So be careful. Oh, this is something I've wanted to try. The electric scooter. Yeah, you can say it that way. That's not too bad. Can I try the scooter? No, you cannot try. But this is a discount one, right? Because it's a demo unit?
This one is a demo unit.
So it have discount to buy.
Already discount.
The new one is this price.
1899.
But this one is 1399.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The teaching in this is that what you think you're looking for is not really what you're looking for. What you think you want is not really what you want. Because what you really want is satisfaction. You want resolution. You want the ending. The ending of seeking, the ending of worrying, the ending of struggling, the ending of complicated thinking and figuring out. So give yourself, give everything, give everyone the ending that you want, the resolution that you want, the forgiveness that you want, the finality that you want. Use the word everything. Use the word ahosi, 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 forgive, forgive, forgive. Big, big bubble, and then let it pop. Let the big bubble of forgiveness pop. We don't need to prove ourselves. We don't need to explain ourselves. We don't need to justify ourselves. We just have to offer the ending. You don't need to buy anything. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to do anything. Just listen. Listen to what's already here. Listen to what is already here. How's our connection here, everybody? Is our connection stable? Hello? Where's my microphone? Did anyone see where I put my microphone? Listen, JW. You don't need to make a fool of yourself anymore. You're already a fool. Hello. How is the audio? How is the video? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Is everything clear? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So, instead of thinking about the mushrooms, instead of thinking about the religion, instead of thinking about the people, the places, the situations, the experiences, widen out beyond thinking about things. Widen out beyond identity. Beyond the identity of yourself. Beyond the identity of others. Beyond the identity, beyond the story of things. Widen out. Step back and widen out. Not about what other people think, not about what you think, not about what other people look at, not about what you look at, not about what you've experienced, not about what other people have experienced. We think, what about this? What about that? What are you talking about? Da 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 da. We're not stopping. This is to give the ending. Give the resolution of forgiveness to all complicated thoughts, to all sufferings, to all involvements. Radiate. Radiate forgiveness. Stop being a pretender. Start being a forgiver. Understand? It's time to stop being a pretender. It's time to start being a forgiver. JW, don't be toxic. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, JW. Hello, hello. What is this? Oh, this is the mask for the drone.
Yes.
I thought it's a swimming mask.
Oh no.
Relax, relax. Nowhere to go, nothing to do, nothing to figure out, no problem to solve. Hey, look, I love them. The more bored, angry kids that are here with me, the better. That's my dream, that's my passion, that's my love. This is the breakout moment. This is the forgiveness moment. Not to be misled anymore, not to be tricked anymore, not to be complicated anymore, to end the complications. Not about having somewhere to sit or not having somewhere to sit. Not about being a white man or being an Indian woman. It's not about anything. Reality or awareness or life as it is not about anything, not about anyone. That's just ridiculous. It cannot be. I was talking with someone recently and they thought we were having a debate. I don't debate. And they said, we're talking about impermanence. I said, look, is there such a thing as a permanent thing? They said, of course. Okay, name me one. Name me one thing that is permanent. And I ask you in the chat here as well. Name one thing that is permanent. Name one thing that is permanent. There you go, impermanence itself. So there's nothing that's permanent. No thought, no sight, no sound, no experience mentally or physically. Stop clinging and start giving. You think you need all these things. Actually, all you need is the giving. What is the soul? It's a thought, it's an idea, it's intellectual, it's conceptual. The soul is a ghost, a phantom, a phantasm. And if it's going to be there, we better make it fantastic. So to do that, you've got to widen out, you've got to brighten out. Or else you will be the monkey man. The monkey man fighting for power, fighting for control, fighting for recognition. Don't be the monkey man. Be the forgiver. There are already no beings. There have never been any beings. Saying there will always be beings is like saying there will always be some things. There will always be something. Beings is just another word for things. And to say there will always be just doesn't make any sense. In our own experience, let's put it that way, in our own experience, what can we find that is permanent? What can we find that doesn't change? What can we find that neither arises nor passes away? Okay, that's the question. To begin to develop a relationship with our own lived experience instead of our random thoughts. I had thought that is not a very good justification for truth. Peace is in the box. Peacefulness. Peacefulness and chafing are in the box. Experience is thoughts? Where'd you hear that? Since when is experience thoughts? Is seeing thoughts? Is hearing thoughts? I don't think so. There's nowhere to sit. I'll tell you that about Malaysia. There's nowhere to sit down. Okay, I've got to come back to center. I've got to come back to center. I've got to find my calm, find my peace, find my awareness. Okay, where is my peace? Where is my awareness? Where is my freedom? I got to go and find it. have to go and find my piece. Well, if you're just thinking, then that's your experience, right? If you're just thinking, then your experience is just thoughts. But if you're not thinking and kind of like tuning into experiencing itself, like I can see, for example, I can see that my seeing isn't based in thoughts. I can hear that my hearing isn't based in thoughts. I can feel that, I can experience that. Hello. Oh, nice to meet you. I can feel that, I can experience that. And it's not something that I'm thinking about. It literally is that way. You know, and maybe there's a quality of annoyingness here, right? There's a quality of burning. And that's how it is. JW, you are psychotic. You are schizophrenic. You're a lunatic. You are attached to non-stop complicated thinking. This is not about non-stop complicated thinking. Simple as that. It doesn't need to be explained. It doesn't, you know, you're not in a position to make a judgment or whatever. This is just not about thoughts. It's also not about not thoughts, but we can get to the point, at least at the beginning, that this is not about thoughts. This is not about thoughts about it. You're not hearing what I'm saying, you're just fixating on the words.
Welcome.
Okay, hello, thank you very much. Stop getting attached to the words. No, this isn't about me. It's my live stream. Don't I get to decide what's it about? This is not about me. This is not about thoughts. This is not about ideas. It's not about belief. I'm schizophrenic too, so it's not an insult. It's just an invitation. An invitation to see through your own ego. You're a guest in my house. Trust me, JW. I'm not coming over to your house to eat your food and complain. You're coming to my house and you're complaining about my food. You're a lunatic. You're out of your mind. 100%, brother. I'm just here to help. I'm just here to share with you and hopefully support you. You know, you need a little bit of wrath, but to understand that this is a compassion. This is a kindness. This is a gift. This is a consideration for you to speak to you in this way, to speak bluntly, to speak directly. So don't take it personally. We get tired, we get a little bit tired, and we have to take a rest. Relax. Experience. I'm giving you the instructions on how to view and discern the non-stop thinking mind, so as to disenfranchise or disidentify yourself with non-stop conceptual thinking. such as by saying, this is not thought-based. This experience is not about thoughts. So this experience is already that way. You just have to tune in. Found what I was looking for. Oh my God. Wait. Hey. Oh my God. Everything's falling apart now. This is not thought-based. Everybody, you can put in the chat, this is not thought-based. This is not based in words and phrases, etc. So that is a liberating experience, liberating perspective, all of us together. That's why you have to step back and open out and widen out. Don't fixate on not thinking. It's about widening out beyond thinking or not thinking. Beyond thinking or not thinking. Beyond thinking or not thinking. How much is it?
109.
Okay. The big hat's gone. I don't need a bag, I just put in here. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's good to have, right? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Here, let's put it this way. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. I am free. I am free. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds. W's in the chat. Sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be well. May I be happy and at peace. And may I be happy. May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be well. May I be tranquil and at peace. And may I be happy. Oh, relax, relax, relax. Not about being gay or straight. Not about sexual desire or no sexual desire. Not about this or that. Not about not this or that. Right? Simple. Simple, simple. Where am I going to go? Right. The judge in you is tired. The judge in you is exhausted. The judge in you is empty of legitimacy. Relax. Stop trying to make judgments about other people. Stop trying to be in charge of who other people are. You may feel that way because you feel like other people have been in charge of who you are. Don't perpetuate the cycle. Now we're underground. I'm going in the wrong direction, not the right direction. Let me know if our can drops out. Relax, relax, relax. Relax all the way. Relax all the way. Don't fixate, don't involve. Don't hold on to. Don't try to get rid of. Just relax, big guy. Just relax. Don't overthink it. Don't make it into a bigger deal than it needs to be. That's very important. Now we've got the heat. Now we've got the energy of heat. Here we go. This is the place I need to sit for a minute. Everybody okay? We make it through to the other side all right? Connection looks stable. Check 1 2, check 1 2. It's like a Malaysian 7-Eleven. We can all practice like that together, right? And just breathing and being aware and seeing and hearing. We don't need to do anything or understand anything. You don't need to try. Just relax. Just relax and aware. Not ego-based. Not identity-based. Not trying-based. Don't try, just be. Aliens are illusions, just like you and me. The whole world, the whole universe is a magic trick. How great is it to have this open door where people can come in and ask questions, take a look, take a listen, share their experience, to allow ourselves to just be. Surrender to being. Open to openness. Willing to breathe, breathing. Willing to see, seeing. Relax, relax. Open. Come in and make a joke, but also we can come in and look deeply at this experience. We can be curious. We have a right to be curious. Our First Amendment right is to be curious. Our Second Amendment right is to be curious. Our Third Amendment right is to be mindful and detached. Our Fifth Amendment right is to forgive ourselves. Our Sixth Amendment right is to not believe in thoughts. Our Seventh Amendment right is to be free from someone, to be free from something. Our Eighth Amendment right is to be free from believing that we are in charge of other people. Our Ninth Amendment right is to be free from complicated thoughts about people that we don't know. Our 10th Amendment right is to be free from judging others. Remember your amendments. Remember the Constitution. Yes. It's time for a constitutional, isn't it? And that's what we just had. Relax, relax. Forgiveness isn't a one and done thing. You offer forgiveness like the radiation of the sunlight. You either are being a forgiver or you're just a delinquent thinker. Our 11th Amendment right is our right to not think. Our 12th Amendment right is our right to be a forgiver. Our 13th Amendment right is our right to be detached. Our 14th Amendment right is to vote for mindfulness and detachment instead of ignorance and attachment. Our 15th Amendment right is to be free from judgment after judgment has been given, by or received, given or received. Our 17th Amendment right is to forgive the forgiveness itself. Our 18th Amendment right is to forgive, not forgiven. This is not our 19th Amendment right, is that it doesn't need to be about if we like it or we dislike it. Our 20th Amendment right is that it doesn't need to be defined. Our 21st Amendment right is that this doesn't need to be put into a box of complicated thoughts, just to allow, just to receive, just to experience. Our 24th Amendment right is that we don't have to be negative, we don't have to be mean. Those are our rights. This isn't a robe. And don't talk. Our 26th Amendment right is to not pretend to talk about things as if we know about those things when we actually don't. Our 27th Amendment right is to not pretend that we are in charge of our thoughts. I know my rights. I know my rights. I know my rights. I know what my rights are. Our 27th Amendment right is that we don't have to repeat the rights that have already been given and received freely. I feel like Mario in 1993. I feel like Luigi in 2004. I feel like Wario in 2006. I feel like Bowser in 2018. Relax, relax, relax. You're not in charge. You're not in control. You're not the boss. You don't have to be anybody. You don't have to pretend to know what's going on here. You don't have to pretend to know what this is. You don't have to pretend anything here. Stop pretending that you understand what's going on right now. No more pretending. Relax, relax, relax. Let meditation happen naturally. Don't try to do meditation. Let relaxation happen naturally. Don't try to relax. Let awareness happen naturally. Don't try to be aware. Let non-thinking happen naturally. Don't try to not think. Not because you have to or you don't have to, but because it's completely unnecessary to allow the ego to fall away, to allow complex thinking to fall away. It's just allowing, it's just opening. Just relax the whole body and mind. Many interesting things happening. Don't fixate. Widen out. Brighten out. John, are you a real man? You have a question, you can ask it. But this isn't a place to play games. Being able to relax the body and mind, being able to be at peace with ourselves. There's nothing idiotic about that. To really know how to be centered and present and relaxed and aware. Very important. Very meaningful. Colby. Come on, bud. Yeah. We have the chance to look deeply at anything. We can look deeply in someone's eyes. We can look deeply inside of our own body. We can look deeply at a thought. We can look deeply at the habits that we have. But mostly it's the stepping back and the widening out. Eggman, just step back. Step all the way back. Yo, destabilize the infrastructure of ignorance and attachment. Yo, don't try this at home. Leave this to the professionals.
We're learning about Buddhism and meditation. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. This is my live streaming channel where I share about, how to work on suffering inside of ourselves and to deal with all kinds of different things and to have fun along the way. Leave some W's in the chat and leave a like if you haven't already. W's in the chat, everybody. The big W's in the chat, all right? What are we doing here? Everybody's just watching, taking things for free. Let's get some W's in the chat. Leave a like if you haven't already. Let's get involved. We're doing the real thing. Come on. No more jokes here, all right? W's in the chat. Leave a like if you haven't already. No such thing as a free lunch, guys. What is this? What's going on? There's a sense of curiosity. There's a sense of openness. There's a sense of I can't understand what's happening. So don't make up an understanding, but listen deeply and give. Right? Give a W. Leave a like. Welcome to the club. We're concerned with mindfulness and detachment. We're concerned with practicing meditation. We're concerned with compassion, with deep listening, and growing and developing on the path. These are interesting sounds. This is an interesting experience. We've never been here before. We've never experienced this before. This is a first-time scenario. This is a first-time situation. This is a first-time experience. So be open to that. Be open about that. Don't pretend to know what's going on. Don't pretend to know who I am.
Don't pretend that you are somehow the creator of my ego or myself. W's in the chat, everybody. Don't be lazy. That's the one thing we can't be. We can't be lazy in this life because it's like you're walking around in a swamp. There's all these kinds of things to get stuck on. There's all these thoughts that come up that can weigh us down, that can get us caught up in the muck. So you've really got to know how to step back and widen out and be free. And there's no freedom in judging other people. There's no freedom in chasing thoughts around. There's no freedom in trying to avoid this truth, this truthfulness that is right here and right now, like the light of the sun shining down. You don't have to do anything to see clearly. It's kind of like what you don't do to keep seeing unclearly, to keep justifying anger, to keep justifying greed, to keep justifying non-practical, complicated thinking. This is the real deal. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I am probably, for a lot of people, I am probably the most experienced meditator and person involved in spirituality and concerned with enlightenment that you've ever met. Probably for a lot of people here. That doesn't mean that I'm better or worse, but I did. I went through that kind of training, and I got more experience related to this path of meditation, related to this path of ending suffering. And that's wonderful. That's beautiful to be able to listen to someone who has more experience than you. There doesn't need to be some kind of inner conflict or what about my ego? What about their ego? What is this guy think? It's just nonstop thinking. It's just perpetuating the justification of thinking. So stop justifying thinking. Allow non-thinking to take place. Allow not thinking to take the place of thinking. Allow not thinking to take the place of thinking. And if you don't think, then just think for a moment about not thinking. What is non-thinking? Don't rely on what I say. Don't rely on what any random people here say. I mean, where do people get off? I mean, are you kidding me? Where do people come off? They're completely anonymous. They're not showing their face. They're not sharing their voice. They're not sharing their experience. Where do people get off saying things and expecting other people to believe them? We don't even know who they are. We can't even see them. We can't even hear their voice. And somehow they're saying things. They're putting out comments. Yeah, right. I'm not going to believe that. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you're coming from. I can't even hear your voice. And you're leaving a comment and expecting me to believe that? To believe some random person? I don't even know who you are. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. That's honesty. That's truth. That's my lived experience. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I started in meditation and Buddhism more than 10 years ago. Now, not everybody is interested in meditation and Buddhism. Not everyone is interested in enlightenment, and I can't blame you for that. But for those people who do have an interest in enlightenment or the way of ending suffering, this is a place for you to join in our live streams and to join in these curious, contemplative, open events. You can't just go around believing what random people say. You can't just go around believing things. Pretending to represent a group of 50 people that you don't know. This is a kind of craziness. This is a kind of lunacy. So this is to unconvince ourselves of all of the random thoughts that we believe in. Stop pretending. Stop faking. Stop pretending that you know anybody here or that you know what's going on here. You think that you have a right to understand everything. You think that you have a right to be in charge of everything. You think that you have a right to make an opinion about things that you don't know anything about. Listen, hold on. This is my live stream. Let's get that right out of the center. This live stream belongs to me. This isn't your live stream. You're not in control here. You're not the boss here. Your opinion doesn't matter here. It's just a random opinion. Now, all that considered, do you actually know anything about Buddhism? Do you actually know anything about meditation? Are you even interested in meditation or Buddhism or enlightenment or non-duality? So then what the F are you doing here? I'm not joking around with you guys. What are you doing here? Get out. You come here and you want to take and you want to judge and you want to control, you want to give your opinion. You're taking this time to be here, to listen, to receive what I'm sharing. Why don't you leave a like? Why don't you say, I don't know what this is. Why don't you share some idea? Why don't you share something about your experience instead of just pretending to know what's going on? Stop pretending. Om on the bed, 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 om on. Stop pretending to know what's going on here. Om on the bed, om on the bed, I don't mind if you stick around and actually like take a look at what this is and then share, what your understanding is and ask a question. But where have we gotten off on this idea that we're going to go around and be in control and make judgments about other people and pretend that we know what's going on when we don't? Do you know anything about Buddhism? Do you know anything about meditation? For most people, no, you don't. So don't pretend that you know what's going on here. Not because you can't be here, not because I don't want to hear from you, but I just don't accept pretenders. Pretenders and fakers better get out of my way. Yo 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 Amidovo, 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 Amidovo. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. Stop pretending that you know who I am. Stop pretending like I am a guest in your house. You're a guest in my house. This is my live stream. It's your choice to be here. You're welcome here. I'd love for you to come here and look deeply and look closely and then share what you understand or share what you experience. But don't pretend that you are in control here. Don't pretend that this is your live stream. Don't pretend that you are in a position of judgment about me. And everybody, right now we've got a lot of energy coming through. So maybe be patient and you can ask your questions as time goes by. But I'm fully here. I'm fully present. I'm not at all confused by the random people coming in and saying strange things. We're open. We're flexible. We're looking deeply. We're listening deeply. This live stream isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So don't be in a hurry. Just relax. Just be open. Just be flexible. And we're going to keep going deeply into this practice of mindfulness and detachment. But you have to keep in mind, this is concerned with Buddhism and meditation. This is concerned with original truth. This is concerned with the nature of reality. So if you don't know about those things or you're not concerned with those things, there's no need for you to be here. Now we're going to begin the countdown. Please, everyone, count down together with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Never mind. You're not ready. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Let's try this again. 10, 9, 8. Together, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, Mani Padme. Time out. Oh, money, but no, 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 You are not in control of this live stream. You are not in control of me. You don't know me just because you have thoughts about me. Your thoughts about me are just your own thoughts. Your thoughts about this experience or this live stream are just your thoughts about this live stream. One of the explicit and one of the very important teachings in this live stream is to not believe your thoughts. So I am here teaching you to not believe your thoughts. You are not in control here. You're not in a position of authority in this body, in this mind, in this situation. You're just sharing your opinion. You're just sharing your thought. And what I want to share with you, what I want to make clear to you, is that all that is that you had thought that. You had thought that. Just another thought to flush down the toilet. You can call me names. You can make up more and more thoughts about this. But this is explicitly 100% not your thoughts about it. This experience, don't get me worked up. Don't get my kundalini going, okay? Be careful what you say in this live stream. Be very, very careful what you say to me in this live stream. Now listen. This experience, this situation, this happening, this live stream is not your thoughts about it. You're not in control here. You're not the judge. You're not the president. You're not an elected official. Your thoughts about this live stream, your thoughts about this experience are just thoughts, just your own thoughts. As much as thoughts rise up, rise up, rise up, thoughts fall away, thoughts disappear. As much as you have a pleasant feeling in the body, that pleasant feeling rises up and it falls away, it disappears. As much as sometimes you have a stomach ache, Your tummy is aching, bad boy, woozoo woozoo, or whatever. You have a stomach ache. Maybe it's not good or bad, but you have a stomach ache. Your stomach is aching. It rises up, you have an experience of a stomach aching, and then that experience passes away. Your thoughts are just as real or true in terms of what this is as a pleasant experience rising up and a pleasant experience passing away. So try to not attach onto your thoughts about this, and rather be open to experiencing this as it actually is. I'm not debating, I'm not discussing, I'm not trying to, go back and forth between me and you, right? I'm telling you that your thoughts about this live stream are literally not this live stream. Your stomach is aching. You've got a stomach aching because you're grasping a hold of something. You're grasping a hold of a thought, an idea. You need to vote. At this moment, you have a chance to vote for mindfulness and detachment, or you can vote for ignorance and attachment. It's 100% up to you. You are pretending to know what's happening. You are pretending to know who I am. Hey, we're talking to the people that like it. We're talking to the people that don't like it. We're a bunch of pretenders. The knowers, the understanders. As much as you can understand, detach from understanding. As much as you cannot understand, detach from not understanding. No more games. Colby, I know you. I know what you vote for, Colby. Don't mess around with me. I know you. You're my big guy. Mindfulness and detachment. It means we're aware. We are aware of thoughts. We're aware of sounds. We're aware of sights. We're aware of the experience that's happening right now. But we're not attaching to any particular aspect of the experience. Look, Goody Hernandez. If you want to wave your crown around and say, I'm the queen, I'm the king of pretending, you can do that. 100% you can do that. But this is not about your ego. Surprise, surprise. This live stream is not about your ego. It's not about what you like. I'm not a cook. I'm not your personal chef. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with nibbana. This is concerned with non-complicated thoughts, no thoughts. So, are you experienced in those things? Are you a professional in those things, etc., etc.? Or are you pretending to be an authority about things that you don't have anything to do with? So don't do that. We are often seeking to be an authority, and that leads us to pretending to be an authority, or, for trying to force authority onto other people. Being aggressive, being hyper-masculine, being whatever, right? So this is the time to stop pretending. No more pretending. No more games. No more tricks. As long as you are willing to admit your inauthenticity, we don't have a problem. It's when people pretend. It's when people pretend to be approaching this genuinely. It's when people pretend to be showing their best face. As long as you know and are saying that you're showing your ass here, no problem. There's no problem with that. But I'm here sharing my heart. I'm here sharing my body and mind. I'm here sharing my lived experience. And just because you have a stomachache doesn't mean that you're going to try and make a big problem for this community. You're not in charge here. Now get out and never come back. You get out and you never, ever return. Ha blah 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 bosa. Ha blah blah bosa. I cast you out. I cast you out. I cast you out. I rebuke you, I renounce you, I cast you out. Okay? I drink your milkshake for the benefit of all, for the practice of mindfulness and detachment. Okay? You don't drink my milkshake. I drink your milkshake. It's just a little bit of a joke. Relax. Relax. Allow the mind to glitch. Allow the ego to relax, to disenfranchise itself from itself. And I just want to make it clear, I don't have any problem with those people. Those people are welcome here. They're just not being genuine. They're pretending and they're fronting and they're bluffing. There's two things that I don't play around with. If you catch me on the street, if you catch me on the flip side, there's two things you'll never find me doing. I don't front and I don't bluff. And if you want to come around and front and bluff, you're going to be dealing with my non-fronting and my non-bluffing. Okay? And it's a big one. It's a surprising one. No bluffs and no fronts here. Fearless. Fearless and brave. Fearless and brave. Activate the power core. Oh, my friend, answer phone. Hello?
Yeah, brother.
Yes.
Where are you now?
I'm at the shopping mall.
Okay. Okay. I think it's very hard to speak. Once you are, because I just came back only.
Oh,
So I tell you what, free that day, if they are free, or I'll call you because it's very hard to listen.
okay, a little bit later.
It's quite noisy.
Okay, it's very noisy,
Yes,
that's right.
yes.
Okay, I'll call you.
Where are you now? Where? In Kuala Lumpur or where?
No, I'm in Penang.
Ah, you're in Penang?
Yeah, I'm in Penang. I'm not far away from the temple.
And where are you staying?
My teacher has a temple here in Penang. He's not here now.
Where?
Nearby the Bodhi Heart Sanctuary.
Oh, you are staying in Bodhi Heart Sanctuary.
Nearby.
Nearby got one temple, Indian temple or Chinese temple?
I'll show you. I'll send you a link. It's Myanmar temple. Myanmar, Burma.
Okay. You send me the link.
Okay. But I will come to see you soon. Stitched. Stop fronting and bluffing. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend that you do. Because you get lost in your own sauce. See, that's what a lot of people don't consider. You can get lost in your own sauce. What does that mean? It means that you get caught up in your thoughts and beliefs about what's going on that aren't actually real or practical or relevant, that don't even relate to anything based on your direct experience. And that's what I'm here to help people not do. I'm here to help people not be lost in the sauce of their own bullshit thinking. Look, you're going to come here and bullshit and pretend that you know what's going on, and pretend that you know who I am, and pretend that you know about Buddhism and meditation. It just doesn't make any sense. So don't pretend and don't get lost in your own sauce. And what that means is you're pretending to know about what's going on according to like random thoughts that have come up in your mind when you don't actually know what's going on. It's like you pretend to know about Buddhism, or you pretend to know about meditation, or you pretend to know about like enlightenment or meditation retreats and stuff when you've never been on a meditation retreat. You've never learned meditation. You've never been a monk or practiced Buddhism seriously. So why are you pretending to know about these things? You see what I'm saying? So it's just like this constant arrogance, this constant ego that comes up and say, I'm important, I know what's going on, I understand what's going on. No, you don't. Shut up. You're pretending. You're pretending to know what's going on. And that I don't accept. We can come here and play. We can come here and ask questions. We can come here and share our experiences. But don't pretend to know what's going on here when you don't. The same with you, Rage Princess, just looking for a reason to be frustrated or angry. How can I be at the temple if you see that I'm in the shopping market? Grabbing onto little things, grabbing onto little ideas, little pieces of information. I've got it figured out. I'm the discovery woman. I'm the discovery man. You're just making up nonsense. Your ego is out of control. Your thinking is out of control. You've become lost in your own sauce. To be open, to be curious, to be in a state of listening. What's so wrong with being curious? What's so wrong with not understanding? Honestly. Yeah, see, I got you there, Rage Princess. Pretending. Just say that you don't know what's going on. Why is that so hard? I want to see how many people we can get to say, I don't know what's going on. How many people can we get to speak up and say, I don't know what's going on? Come on, speak up. Let me hear it. You don't know what I'm doing, and you don't know why I'm doing it. You don't know what's going on. Hello, ding dong. You're not God. You're not in control. You don't know what's going on. I'm in control now. I'm the teacher now. I'm the boss now. I'm in charge now. I'm the rule setter now. I'm in charge now. I'm the boss now. I'm the teacher now. I set the schedule now. I decide what I do now. I decide whatever everything happens now. You're not in charge. Let's put it that way. You're not the boss. Let's put it that way. No you. No self. No constant, complicated thinking. Relax and release the whole body and the mind. Relax and release the whole body and the mind. No puppets, no puppet strings, just open out widely. Open out beyond thinking. Ugh. Just stop. Just stop.
也必须得是关于高调，也是关于关于为什么干什么我说一直为你说这个问题，
I'm sorry, but I have to do this.
也必须得个我什么的说有就有我感觉这个就是我个人说这个不感觉我就我感觉不了我就然后说我就说这个
I'm in charge now. You're not in control here. Your thoughts are irrelevant to what all thoughts are irrelevant to offer the irrelevance of all thoughts. Go beyond thinking. Leave a like, leave a W. W's in the chat, everybody. W's in the chat, everybody.
也不是为高级，为什么为这个就这个高级搞不了，不是我这个这个叫搞不了，说要搞不了，这里说要找不了，找不了，找不了，找不了，我保留，找不了，我说你不说我我这不不我我这里说这个这忙忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙的别忙。
Maybe I had it wrong. Maybe I wasn't right. Maybe the way that I was doing things wasn't the way it was. But I kept my head up. I kept searching for the truth. I wasn't so easy to believe those thoughts about you. No, I stepped back. Opened my heart and my body and my mind. No thinking anymore. Doo-doo. No thinking anymore. Because I found myself in just being free. Because I found myself in just being me. I didn't need to ask what the others thought. I didn't have to seek for something else. I found it right here, right now. My heart and my breath and my freedom is alive. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not searching for the shore. I found the peace that's already here within. I don't need to think about thick or thin because I'm free. Not attached to thinking. I don't need to think anymore. I don't need to pass your test at the door. I'm free. It's a revolution of freedom. Not thinking about those things and thinking about all those thoughts all the time. No. Because I'm free with my breathing, free with my seeing, free with my hearing, free with my feeling. W's in the chat. Where's everybody from? What country are you from and how old are you? Yeah, I can recommend you some monasteries, but before you go out for recommendations, you really want to plant that seed deeply inside of your heart of the aspiration to ordain, you know? Because when we're trying to ordain or become a monk, it's not really like shopping around or you're looking for an ideal monastery. It's just that you actually establish yourself in, hey, I'm going to ordain, I'm going to become a monk, and then it's just however you can go forth to do that, you go and do that. Yeah, keep aspiring the seeds and deepening and be patient. Don't be in a hurry or a rush to become a monk or to ordain. Yeah, it's great. A lot of people on the path to monkhood. It's good. And relax. Relax. Let's take some time to clear out the nonsense and enjoy. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more worries, no need to hurry, nothing to carry. Let it all go, let it all go. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more worries, something to hurry. Just let it all go, let it all go. Namo Rengekyo, 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 Namo Rengekyo. Namo mi double, 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 namo ganze ambosal, namo ganze ambosal, namo ganze ambosal, namo gomune ben mi omune ben mi omune ben mi omune ben mi omune, namo ganji imbazan, 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 namo ganji imbazan. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 You want peace? How about a piece of this? Give forgiveness to all the spirits. Give the forgiveness to all of the spirits. Everything, everything. Widen out beyond thinking, beyond not thinking. Widen out beyond understanding what's happening here according to your personalistic identity. Entertain the view, entertain the notion that your personalistic identity is an illusion, is just another thought, is just an idea, like a storm, like a cloud. Oh, thank you so much. You're very kind. No. You give to me, it's a gift. Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Look at that. I got a new phone, everybody. Namo Guanji Yin Buzan, 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 Namo Guanji Yin Buzan. Namo Guanji Yin Buzan. Namo Guanchi Yin Pusa. Uh-oh. Looks like my time is coming to an end, everybody. They got me. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye, everybody. They got a hold of me. We got him. Well, it's not really about getting views. There is an energy that goes into that, like a excitement or an inspiration or whatever, right? But really, this isn't about getting views. It's like, I'm concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I'm concerned with freedom from suffering. And I've been on a long journey. I've been on a path of working to be free from suffering. And, I think I have like a unique way of sharing that and inviting people to be involved with that. So, this is something I try to do as often as I can so that people feel they have access to something that's beneficial, that can help them to end suffering. That can help them to be not caught up in their complicated thinking, not caught up in their anxiety, their depression, etc. Actually, it's much deeper than that, but it's a way that I can understand it as well. Just that opening, because it's more about the truth, being concerned with the truth. It's not actually self-help. It's unraveling the ego identity, unraveling the notion of self, unraveling the falsehood and waking up to the way that things actually are. So sometimes the loudest people in the room are not the only people in the room. But maybe they are. Maybe everyone here is just a troll. What's so wrong with that? The king of trolls, the king of rats, Mr. Rob, Monk Life Meditation, Trolling Incorporated. Hello. There's a jazz band playing. Can you hear the jazz band? learning how to interact with each other, learning how to interact with ourselves, learning how to interact with the world in a way that's not about getting or understanding or judging, but in a way that's about giving, limitless giving, giving everything, fearless, wide out, give everything. Don't fixate on the body, don't fixate on the mind, don't fixate on this thought or that thought. Go beyond thinking, spontaneously, instantaneously. Following around thinking is like trying to follow around the path of a bird as it goes by. The path doesn't exist. There is no destination. There is no true explanation. Beyond thinking, beyond you, beyond me, beyond everything. Just give. Not something. The everything that is already not something. Paris, Rome, the Maldives, the waters of Indonesia, the waves of Waikiki. Use the word everything. Beyond someone, beyond thinking, beyond a person, a place, a situation, an experience, beyond success, beyond failure, beyond past, beyond future, beyond present, beyond itself already. The beyond that is beyond itself, that is already whole, finished, complete. Not needing to go anywhere, not needing to do anything. The broken hourglass, singing the song of the leaves and the bird wind. The clouds in the sunlight of the moon. Everything together, without separation, without discrimination, without judging, without needing to be in control, without needing to be controlled. Beyond poverty, beyond wealth, beyond black and white, beyond pain, beyond pleasure, beyond boredom, beyond everything. Empty, 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 awake, awake, awake. Emaho, emaho, emaho. Did we forget how sweet the taste of freedom is? That freedom isn't about our thoughts about others. Freedom isn't about the thoughts of others about ourselves. That freedom is beyond thoughts about anything. That freedom isn't a thing. Freedom just is. Limitless. Not trying, maybe I'm trying to sound a little bit profound, but it's kind of before that, it's beyond that. It's just words that are sounds, just grunts, just noises. Listening more and more deeply to the sounds that are not so easy to hear, to the sounds that are not so loud, the sounds within us that we may be trying to avoid, the thoughts within us that we haven't yet seen through. To hear those thoughts and see through them, to hear through them, to breathe through them, so that our life, our body, our mind, our experience is no longer defined by thoughts, no longer defined by judgments or ego or stories, but just 110% plus ultra beyond everything. Anthony Bourdain said, no reservations. Monk Life Meditation says, no limits, no constraints. No appearances. Notice, if you can, the non-appearance of appearances. Notice, if you can, the non-appearance of appearance and disappearance. How's everybody doing? Can be a lot of energy, and it's like we get like higher and higher in our mind, or in the mind, and certain thoughts come up, certain habit energies come up, and you give those thoughts, you give those experiences the irrelevance, you give the mindfulness and detachment to those views, those opinions, those complicated ideas or complicated experiences that come up. Not seeking after any kind of experience, just opening, giving, widening out, brightening out the mind, beyond conventions, beyond the usual way of how we look at ourselves and how we look at the world, etc. So it can be a little bit intense, but that intensity is what teaches us the wisdom of not being attached, right? The wisdom of detachment, the wisdom of generosity. And as our experience deepens, we become more and more aware of certain interesting, unexplained experiences. Our compassion deepens as well, because that's our suffering. Our suffering is arising from our grasping and attachment. So the more space that there is in between that grasping the more that those particular experiences stand out, right? And then we see the quality, we see the importance of compassion, we see the importance of letting go. We see the importance of not holding on, not fixating. Can you see? Can you hear everybody? Good. And it's really helpful. We can also walk with our hands open like this. Walk with our hands open and our eyes open and our body open and our mind open and kind of widen out. Because this, this is one of those things that you can't really front or bluff about. You can't really pretend about. Like, we're human beings. So we're all going through anxiety, we're all going through depression, we're all going through difficult thoughts or weird experiences. And people who are really willing to feel their suffering, really willing to experience themselves, those are the people who really learn how to help. Who learn how to be skillful in the way of ending suffering. Learn how to be skillful in the way of forgiveness. To be fresh. Right? Not kind of crunchy and stinky and weird, but fresh, open, flexible, not dark, not having this darkness hanging over us, but the lightness and the freshness of opening up, opening out, giving, freeing out, releasing out all of the complications of the mind, all of the complications of thought. Look at this. Very big. Quiet, Ryan. I'll help you out a little bit, okay? Stop being so self-important. Everybody here is a nobody. The right thought is no thought. The right seeing is seeing as it is, seeing without thinking. The right action is action without thinking. Colby, give it a break. Take some time. A lot of these teachings and this experience, it takes time to digest it. So don't be in a hurry to figure it out and understand it and then, well, it didn't work or it worked. It's like a medicine. So it is fast acting, but also it takes time. So relax. Don't be in a hurry to respond or, just be open. Relax. There's a part of you that wants to be here. There's a part of you that feels like there's something special here, something important here to you. So just relax and be willing to feel that and experience that, whatever it is. Who knows what it is. Just to relax and to be open. We make life really complicated. Big plans, big desires, big expectations. And then we wonder why we're so exhausted or we're so frustrated or worked up. Because you made a big deal. You made too big of a deal. We don't have to do that anymore. You can just fully relax and be open to this moment as it is. 100% to be open to this moment as it is. You know, do we actually have to get anything out of this? Do we have to get anything out of this moment? Do we have to get anything out of this experience to appreciate this experience as it is? No. I won't put down the cup. I can't. Allow everything to happen naturally. Relax into naturalness. There's a Zen saying, a Buddhist saying, when it's hot, let the heat kill you. When it's cold, let the cold kill you. Basically means stop complaining. Be open to whatever life is right now. It's hot, hot, hot. Hold. Let's go in the shade. It's hot, hot, hot. Now I walk in beauty. Beauty is before me. Beauty is above me, below and around me. Now I walk in beauty. Beauty is before me. Beauty is above me, below and around me. Don't believe in anything. Start there. Start with a clean slate. Start with a completely fresh surface. Now I walk in beauty. Beauty is before me. Beauty is above me, below and around me. Now I walk in beauty. Beauty is before me. Beauty is above me, below and around me. I get my joy from the simple things coming from the earth. I get my joy from the sun that shines and the water speaks to me. Listen to the wind and listen to the water. Hear what they say. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, Hey ya, hey ya, ho. Listen closely now. I get my joy from the simple things coming from the earth. I get my joy from the sun that shines and the water speaks to me. Listen to the wind and listen to the water. Hear what they say. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Wait till you see my next trick. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow, taking it slow. No more work. Hello. Sayadaw means like a royal teacher, and Metta Pyopyo, she is a nun, one of the nuns following my teacher, Sayadaw Otamatara from Myanmar. So she's saying I should go and try to follow my teacher. But right now, there's nothing to do, there's nowhere to go, there's no one to go anywhere. The highest goal for me is most certainly goallessness. This live streaming and what I'm doing here is practicing to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment more and more. So sharing the Dhamma, being concerned with teaching and listening, teaching and learning. Because when we are trying to practice something alone, it's quite difficult. But when we have a group of people coming together, there's a lot of energy there. There's a lot of inspiration there. So this is the inspiration to practice mindfulness and detachment. This is the inspiration to not get caught up in complicated thinking or the idea of oneself. For most people, this is not ordinary. Even for people in like spiritual circles or spiritual communities, non-duality or practicing mindfulness and detachment from the view of not someone, being not somewhere, in not some kind of situation, having not some kind of experience, is very unusual. So it's raw, it's unfiltered, it's natural, it's in your face, it's not graspable. You know, to experience timelessness, to experience the emptiness of the complicated thoughts that we make up into a story about ourselves or our lives, like to see out beyond that. To relax, to release the whole body and mind. I was talking in that song, a little bit ago about listening to the wind, hearing what the wind has to say, right? There is like a natural power in the wind. The natural power of experiencing the wind. So listening to that, being open to that directness of that experience, like bringing you to the shores of Okinawa, like putting you right dead center in a Studio Ghibli movie. Putting forth a great effort to break up the nonsense, to break up the attachment, to break up the desire, to break up the constant seeking, the constant chasing, the constant conceptualizing. To exhaust oneself in doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. We're running out of battery here. Rana's a good young man. He very good young man. Listen, we all have desire, we all have fear. So there's a picture that my teacher shared once of a rhinoceros that was a painter. And the rhinoceros was painting all these different animals, and he noticed that in the middle of all the pictures there was this big trunk, and he was like, what's wrong with all those people? What's weird about this picture? And what's weird about this picture is your own view, your own attachments, your own thoughts, your own judgments, your own negativities, right? That's what we see in the world. You are the fakeness that you see in the world. Hi, Nashtia. So in Buddhism, we don't look at the faults in others. We see the positive aspects or the positive qualities of others. And that allows us to have a much more workable way of life, much more positive way of life. Does this work? It does? Not one, not two. One implies a thingness, but there's no thingness in this. Be patient. Not in a hurry to understand. not in a hurry to think that what we're doing is important or what we're doing is special. Right away, spontaneously, right away. Give out all the way. Give out everything. And in that way, you can be involved in the process as I am. It's not like I'm some kind of enlightened guru or whatever. You know, this is the process that I'm taking place in. I'm only in a position to share about this process because I've had this process shared with me from and with people who've been, practicing for decades. So it's not philosophical, it's not intellectual in any way. And it's also not something that you will come across at your average, everyday spiritual or meditation center, even Buddhist center. So a lot of openness, a lot of patience, a lot of non-seeking, a lot of faith, and a lot of doubt. Doubt everything, have faith in nothing. The faith of nothingness, the doubt of everythingness. I'm also still working things out, apparently. But the ultimate truth, or the original nature, it's not about anyone, it's not about anything. There's no story that overlays reality. Reality isn't a thing. So it's certainly not a story full of things. You can have your username as nothing, no one, empty, as long as you're really in the path of listening deeply and exploring. Once you get this solidified idea like a spiritual ego, you've lost the mark. You've totally missed out on what this is all about. So, Mr. Nobody or Monsieur Nothing, etc., no problem. But you gotta really keep listening, keep opening, keep giving, keep forgiving. Active process. Not the ego process, not solidified process. Active process of unfolding. You just let things go. See about this. Just go into things, just be open, just explore, See what happens. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi, who's this?
And who is this?
This is Rob. Mr. Rob. I had sent hello.
Yes. Yes, please. You hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear very well. Would you like to say?
Well, I had sent you the message about possibly coming to teach the meditation or do some retreat at your place, at your center. I was talking with Miss K.
Yeah. He sent a message about meditation. So it be okay.
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
This is Kay.
Oh, hi Kay. Yeah, nice to speak with you.
Good Rob, yes.
Yeah. Where's your accent from?
Oh, sorry. I am in the bank right now.
Oh, just call me back another time, okay? All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Maybe you're right, old driver. Maybe it's time that I forgive the thoughts that I've held on to up to this point. Maybe it's time that I relax and release the whole body and mind once and for all. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 Life is not about what you desire. Just because you want something, just because you desire something, it doesn't mean anything. It means you're another idiot, another monkey searching for a banana. So don't base any of your understanding concerned with what life is based on you desiring something. There's nothing special about that. And actually, what we understand from a spiritual perspective or a Buddhist perspective is that the root of suffering is in desire. So don't aggrandize desire. Don't make it a platform for you to make decisions. If you are interested to get something, you can go in that direction, but don't expect to get it, because your expectation to get it will cause a lot of suffering, a lot of confusion within yourself. There's no greater responsibility than this. There's no greater intimacy than this. Living like a pig, living like an animal, just consuming all the time, never giving, only giving according to the ego, only giving according to transactions, expectations of self and other. It's really disgusting. Shouldn't conflate it with a pig, because a pig has a quality of innocence that someone living like that doesn't have. "100% Jasper." Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 Namo Guan
Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa.
I said enough.
This body and mind is nothing more than a nonsense machine. Detach. Uninvolve with mental phenomena. Uninvolve with physical phenomena. Forgive and forget. Everything. How? What are you, a Native American? Are you Indian? How? That's how. With a sound, let it be a sound. With a sight, let it be a sight. With the breath, let it be a breath. Stop adding on layers and layers. Stop relying upon previous layers that have already been added on or figured out, right? Ho, how, me, boo. No explanation. Stop searching for an explanation. That's how. That's how to realize the real how. Stop yearning for, searching for, seeking for an explanation. There's no explanation. There's nothing to explain. We take things on a case-by-case basis, but if we can feel the substance of loneliness, then you are your own case. There's no story about yourself or story about the world that's more important than the case of yourself as you are right now. So, yourself as you are right now, what are you, looking into the clouds? Are you knocking on your next door neighbor's door to understand, to ask them questions? Who am I? What's going on in me? Experiencing itself, hearing itself, breathing itself, inside, 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 listening deeply, listening to the subtle sounds. Listening to the sounds inside of your body. Tak Pham. You just earned yourself a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes! Be very careful. Boom, baby. Back at it. A curse, a strike, a sound, a sight, a breath, a whisper. Call them. I went from a monk to a W. Everything is and can be meditation. Whatever it is, doesn't matter what it is. This is meditation, and that's meditation. Everything is just meditation. Busy now, will send soon. You got an opinion? You got an opinion you want to share? I got an opinion too. Let me show you mine. Good. You got an opinion? You want to leave a review? Here's my review. Be careful. Be very, very careful. Genocide is genocide, and that's nothing to joke about. Just like a strike. It's nothing to joke about. Can I play your song? Here's the song that I made for you. Let me play it. Shh. Okay? I made a little bit of a song for you. Shh. It's not like anything. It's not like goodness or badness. It's not like pleasantness or unpleasantness. It's not like heaven or hell. You want to see what real power looks like? Do you want to see what real power looks like? Yes or no? Do you want to see what real power looks like? Yes or no? Okay, no. Well, save me some trouble. Out, 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 beyond, beyond. Give out everything. Give out everything. Okay. So we are officially, dear friends, at the 400-minute mark. Let's take a moment. Moment of forgiveness. Moment of non-thinking. moment of compassion. During this live stream, we have been concerned with the Dhamma, practicing mantra, meditation, answering questions, attempting to help and to share and to serve and to give in all kinds of ways. Considering that we have entered into consistently the practice of generosity, there have surely been many blessings and merits cultivated, seen blessings and unseen blessings. May these blessings take root in our own life, and may we also offer, share, give out these blessings towards any and all beings in whatever realms of existence, that these seeds of good deeds, of generous intention to help, to serve, to bring benefit, land in the garden of the mind of all those, any of those who are in suffering. May those seeds of blessings be sowed, cultivated, and developed into the fruit of wisdom and compassion. May this practice benefit all beings. May all benefits be shared with all beings. May all suffering come to an end. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. Sadhu. 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 Ahosi, ahosi, ahosi. Thank you, dear friends, everyone, for being here. Thank you for all the support, for your practice, for your involvement. I know things can get a little bit wild, both from my side and also from a lot of the guests that we have come in that are a little bit rough and tough. But I hope that you can remember the core principle or core teaching of this is, well, let's call it freedom from thinking. Let's call it mindfulness and detachment. Let's call it a willingness and an openness and a intention to end suffering and to see through the complicated veil, the confusion of thinking, to wake up, to see our true nature, to really, really be free, to be simple, to be happy, to be at peace. So thank you very much. See you again. Please leave a like if you haven't already, and let's finish up with some big, big W's in the chat. Okay, thank you everybody. That's all for now. See you next time. Look at this, everyone. We're about to hit our 13,000 subscriber mark. Let's get some big W's in the chat for 13,000 subscribers. Here we go. Let's see. 12,9999. We're loading. Let's see. We're almost at 13,000 subscribers, everybody. Big W's in the chat, everybody, for 13K. Look at that. 13,000 subscribers. Great job, everybody. Concerned with mental health, worrying about our mental health. Really, there's two things that I emphasize. So, one thing is that our mental health is about the here and now. There's no mental health for like the story of ourselves. That's just a story about ourselves, about our life. It's not actually who we are. It's not actually where we are, right? So we are here in the present moment, and this is where our mental health is. If we can be present and not too worked up about complicated things like getting lost in our desire or getting lost in our fear, then everything's pretty much going to be a-okay. Now, we do, because we keep falling back into this view of ourselves, we keep falling back into like attachment about the body and attachment about the mind that we call ourself. Simple thing. We make blessings. We do good deeds. We actualize the intention to give, to share, to look deeply, to listen deeply, to be open, right? To think good thoughts even, you can see it that way, to practice metta meditation. So in this present moment, regardless of my fear, regardless of what I want in the future, right where I am right now, say like this, right? May I be happy. Period. May I be peaceful. Period. May I be free from suffering. Relax. Release. Open up. In this way, we will be sure to take a good care of our body and mind. And we don't just limit it to this body and mind, or what we call our own body and mind, but we also extend that out to others. So, for example, instead of worrying about Mama Dingo's mental health, I would say, may Mama Dingo be peaceful. May Mama Dingo be generous. May Mama Dingo be free from suffering. May Mama Dingo be free from fear. The same for Nima. I'm not going to go around worrying about Nima's mental health. I'm going to wish for, I'm going to cultivate within myself the hope, the wish, the giving of may Nima be at peace. May Nima be free from suffering. Now, instead of getting locked into our ego and our thoughts about ourselves and our thoughts about others, we're actually practicing generosity with our thoughts. We're practicing generosity with our heart, with our body, with our mind, right? May you, whoever you are, be free from suffering. And from there, may all beings be well, happy, and peaceful. May all beings be free from suffering. Period, period, period. Not ... but just period. May I be free from suffering. May I be safe and protected. May I be free from fear. May you be free from suffering. May you be protected. May you be free from fear. May all beings be well, happy, and peaceful. May all beings be protected and safe. May all beings be free from suffering. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. Now, all together this time. All together this time. If you can do it together with me. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay. Thank you. See you again very soon.